gonna be that kind of day.
I think so. Good morning, everyone. It's Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. Welcome to our annual Strategic Planning Marathon, otherwise known as Budget. Thanks for joining us, and thank you especially for all the work that's done in preparation for this today. I really appreciate the format that's here, and hopefully we all learn as much as we need to learn over the next number of days. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. So we have an agenda before us that's been circulated. Would there be any alterations to that agenda? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes from the last Strategic Planning Council Committee meeting of the whole on the 19th of September have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions in that? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 4, which is opening remarks and related to the 4-year financial plan summary. And I shall turn the floor across to our able staff. And Ms. Serhan.
Good morning, everyone. So before we get started into the 4-year financial plan, I just wanted to make note of a few things. The overarching goal of budget deliberations as always is to ensure the essential services and only the essential services are being funded through the community purse. All the while understanding that once a program or service is added to the work plan, it becomes part of the tax burden for all ratepayers into perpetuity or until a restructuring of services occurs. The included documentation that you had in your packages were the 4-year financial plan, 4-year work plans, 10-year anticipated capital projects and purchases to support the long-term work plans and service delivery, and the funding sources available for these work plans and projects and purchases is tax revenue, grant opportunities, sale of assets, municipal and private partnership opportunities, restricted and unrestricted surpluses, other revenues that include but aren't limited to investment income, sale of goods, fines, permitting, licenses, and then of course debt or borrowing. The guiding documents that are used to put the work plans together is foremost provincial legislation such as the MGA, the Weed Act, Occupational Health and Safety, the Alberta Traffic Safety Act, just to name a few. Municipal bylaws such as the Land Use Bylaw, the Waste Management Services Bylaw, Highway Management Bylaw, and the Municipal Development Plan are a few that also guide the work plans. Also included in those guiding documents are policies such as brush clearing, informational, signs informational, sanding and salting, employment policies, accounting for TCA, and grant funding for community halls. I just picked a few just so that you could get an idea of, you know, where the information comes from that staff uses to put their work plans together. There are many, many policies. So I just want to touch on a few topics. I want to touch on the community purse. I want to touch on budget compilation methodology, where the broadband numbers are, and the tax burden and rising service levels versus steady tax rates. So just bear with me as we make our way through. So the community purse. The funders are residential, farm, commercial, and industrial ratepayers, of which industry makes up between 85% and 90% of the total tax base. The province through granting opportunities, other municipalities through partnerships, and other private donors through partnerships or donations. All programs, services, and capital projects to support these services are funded through the community purse. Once a service is added, it becomes very difficult to discontinue funding. It is like when we put winter tires on my eldest car. By the time the third one gets to this point, it's just expected, right? Because we want to treat everyone fairly. So budget compilation methodology. How are the numbers prepared? There are many variables that go into preparing budget documents for the committee's review. Directors and staff begin with council direction from strategic planning committee meetings that start in January. Any changes in service levels or policy reviews that have been requested should begin at this point. Once the first 3 strategic planning meetings have been completed, staff gathers any decision or direction from council. This could also come from council meetings and workshops, strategic planning meetings, and other things, and staff begin to compile what they have heard are the priorities based on many things and include maximizing the asset life if it is a replacement, cost of materials, availability of contractors and supplies, and of course the needs in the community. While staff are working through this, they are also gathering data on what needs to be included in the operating budget. Are there maintenance projects that need to move forward in the year? Again, maximizing the useful life of the assets that Clearwater County owns while adjusting programs based on price of materials and contractors, and again, the availability of contractors and suppliers, which is impacting work plans more and more. Once the strategic planning sessions are completed in September and final direction is given to staff from council, staff revises any changes to the capital budgets and focuses more on completing the operating budgets. Operating budgets are looked at on a program by program basis and what each program needs to accomplish in the next season. It isn't necessarily the same from year to year, in that maintenance programs can vary from year to year. Work done for salary budgets is a good example of this. To ensure staff costs are being allocated to the appropriate programs, staff time and position allocations are examined from a clean slate perspective every year, especially with the amount of seasonal staff that is hired to perform these tasks that happen each summer season. That means analyzing each program and each position to ensure that the position that is performing the work is being allocated appropriately. So the cost of these services is being reflected accurately. This is particularly challenging in public works where the maintenance crews on many programs sometimes work on many programs, sometimes multiple programs in a single day. Step increases have also been taken into account for each staff member that is eligible. There are some costs that past performance can be predictors of future spending, like utilities, but even those costs have some sort of inflationary number that needs to be applied, and sometimes it's hard to predict what that number will be. Once everything is gathered and entered into a central database, reports are circulated to the senior staff and reviewed for accuracy and probability of having enough resources, mostly human resources, to complete the budgeted projects. Changes are made to update any of these discrepancies, and final pricing estimates are adjusted. Staff once again reviews the final documents, and these documents are then analyzed for funding sources, and packages are compiled for the committee's review. So it's a long process that begins the week after we get back from Christmas holidays. Broadband numbers. You'll notice that the broadband operating and capital project details are not included in the budget documents for today. That is because these numbers were presented to the Broadband Committee in November, and a recommendation to Council at the December 20th Council meeting on a budget motion will come from that committee. The numbers are included in the 4-year plan, which I'll go through after this, and so that Council can see the overall big picture and understand what is required to get the overall deficit surplus number to 0. Okay, so the final thing I want to touch on is the tax burden and rising service levels versus a steady tax rate. So one of the most significant ways that Council can impact budget really is the tax burden that is placed on ratepayers is eliminating services or programs, cutting back on subsidies to other organizations, and not adding additional programs or services to the list of services funded by the community purse. When I talk about increased service levels, I'm not talking about replacing the infrastructure that is already in place. I'm talking about additional infrastructure and rising service levels. This adds pressure to the resources that Clearwater County has access to. Although keeping a tax rate steady for year upon year saves the ratepayer dollars in their pockets in that year, it isn't reflecting what's happening with service levels. Service levels have been increasing, and with increased asks like additional funding to community halls, compliance officer, increased communication services, the Hospice Society ask, increased paved kilometers, with the initial cost to construct as well as continued maintenance, the tax burden has no choice but to increase eventually. Tax rates must rise to pay for the increased service levels and projects. It just makes sense that if outputs are increasing, there needs to be an increase in inputs. Additionally, it also doesn't touch on the rising costs of providing the existing services. Clearwater County has had the benefit of a robust industrial assessment base, and residential and farm ratepayers have had the advantage of only paying pennies on the dollar for services, programs, projects, and organizational support given to the community through the community purse. However, because that ratio is so high for industry, even a small 15 to 20% decrease in the industrial assessment base could double the burden on the farm and residential tax base. So on top of increased service levels putting pressure on already stretched resources, there is a risk of shifting responsibility from industry to farm and residential. So those are just things that council and the committee need to keep in mind as they go through the work plans and the capital projects that are being presented to be accomplished in the 2023 and beyond budget documents. I don't have any solutions for you. That will be for you to ponder and decide what is best to come from the community purse. So with that, let's get started. Have a look at the 4-year financial plan. Tracy, can I get you to bring up that spreadsheet that's in that shared folder, please? Thank you. So you'll find that in your first tab of your operating projects binder or book. So in the agenda item report, I went through each of these lines, and I just want to touch on this briefly as we go through. And again, the broadband operating and capital projects are included in this overall 4-year financial plan, but the details have not been included. So this is encompassing everything, so that, Tracy, can I just get you to scroll to the very bottom? Is this one more? Yeah. Oh. So at the bottom there, that surplus or deficit for projected for 2023 is sitting at $4.7 million currently. But as we work through, you will see that there are funding sources that are available, or other avenues that I noted in my opening remarks that to fund that $4.7 million. So that's where we're starting today, and as usual, I will have a list going at the bottom of this spreadsheet as you make adjustments to the work plans and the capital projects, and this number will adjust accordingly. So moving, any questions on the 4-year financial plan before I move forward?
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Your warning didn't work. This is daunting.
Yeah.
The shortfalls you project in the next several years seem totally scary. Am I misreading this?
No, the preliminary years, 24, 25, and 26 are for information. I mean, there are, once we get into the capital summary, which I've put an extra copy in your places of the operating summary and the capital summary, just so that you can see as we work through the program summaries and as we move into them, you can see that there's just one line for each program, so that you can see how that relates back to the big picture and how each program fits in there. And then on the capital summary, there's funding sources on the very first page. So you'll see what needs to come from tax revenue if we haven't already identified a restricted surplus. So in a perfect world, you would have your tax revenue funding your restricted surpluses and all your projects for the next 10 years, and then you would just pull money from restricted surplus to fund all of your capital projects. We haven't quite got to that position yet. So this committee needs to work through how those capital projects in the future fit into your funding sources for the next several years. And maybe some of the capital projects are more ambitious than what the resources are that we have available. So those can be pushed, or there's many ways to make the numbers work in the preliminary years. But again, they're just for information. This committee is only going to be recommending budgets for 2023. So it's just the capital projects and the work plans for 2023 that are being approved for the next year at the December 20th council meeting. So again, it's just for information of what staff has heard is a priority from council, and decisions will have to be made because obviously as it's sitting, they're not being funded. One of those is debt. Clearwater County has very, very little debt. So if those capital projects are extremely important, then that is one thing we can explore. There are healthy restricted surplus accounts. Maybe they need to be moved around a little bit. It's, you know, as we work through the work plans and the capital projects, it will become apparent as to which projects need to be funded or which restricted surpluses need to be funded at a higher rate. And how we're going to fund that will be up to this committee, if that's increasing taxes or moving money from a different project or putting some projects on hold. Or a combination of all of those things.
So okay. My reading of that was that we need to be very careful with our spending.
Or not only that, but really analyze the funding sources for those projects. Like, how is it that you want to fund the projects that are in those plans?
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you. Historically, I think it's May or June, there's restricted surplus allocation from the previous year. Has there ever been a year where that hasn't happened, where there hasn't been a carryover from the year before that needs to be reallocated into restricted surplus?
No, and that was in my in my agenda report for the four-year financial plan. One of the things that Clearwater County has been fortunate with is that work plans are budgeted conservatively. That means we don't estimate the revenues to be really tight. You know, like we estimate revenues in budget to be where we know we can accomplish that. So if the revenues are higher, then there is some room, and restricted surpluses can be allocated at just before financial statements are approved. And that is one of the ways that council has chose to fund their capital projects in future years, is to continue to budget conservatively, because it's, even if the budget is, if there is excess budget, it's not like that money is lost. It gets reallocated at the end of the year into whatever capital projects are a priority for this council. Or
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. The only reason I point on this particular issue is if we're facing a potential tax increase, like every other municipality around us, that we're not rare in that, but if we're always budgeting for a surplus, I don't want to potentially put more burden on a taxpayer when we're budgeting for having extra at the end of the year anyway. Does that make sense? Rick's nodding, so maybe I'm making sense.
And Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. If I may, I guess my perspective on that, respectfully, Deputy Reeve Mahab, is the reason administration's always budgeted conservatively is that's the level of our confidence. If we got too aggressive in presenting a tight number, it could easily go to the negative and put council in a deficit position where we'd be scrambling. So it's not a number we count on, but it does give some latitude, some opportunities at a different time of year for that reason. But we wouldn't be comfortable presenting a tighter number because we'd be in that gray area. The number that we are presenting has our confidence with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And perhaps I can just expand on that a little bit. When we say surplus, it's not really a surprise. It's a result of good planning. And keep in mind that when we talk about a balanced budget, we're not just talking about the operating revenues less the operating expenses. If we balanced at that point, we would have no money to put into restricted surplus for future spending. We would have no money to spend on capital projects in the current year. We'd have no money to pay down the principal portion of the debt payments that are outstanding. So we really do plan for a surplus every year in the budget in order to pay for those other items. What happens at year end is a reconciliation of what really happened in the year. As Ms. Serhan touched on, revenues might have been higher than what we were expecting because we are conservative. We don't want to overguess on the revenues and come up short. We'd rather be pleasantly surprised, such as in 2021 with lot sales and in 2022 for Nordic. So conservatism comes in there, but also it's good planning. In addition to the revenues, we could have unexpected impacts on expenditures. So we could have maintenance projects that don't go ahead because of the weather. If those were tax funded, we don't want to tax the ratepayer again in the next year in order to complete those maintenance projects. We put them into restricted surplus and then draw on them. So we only go to the ratepayer once for each expenditure. So really, it all comes back to planning. So the critical point I'd like to express is that a surplus isn't a surprise. It's a plan for. It's the degree of surplus that is uncertain until we actually finish the audited financial statements and have done all the calculations, taken in all the unknowns. They become knowns at that point, and those numbers become firm. Then it's a question of looking at the transfers to restricted surplus that the committee and council approved through the budget, and then reanalyzing that in light of changing priorities, changing numbers, and it's an opportunity to make additional adjustments at that time. So yes, we always anticipate that we'll be coming to council when the audited financial statements are nearing completion and recommending transfers to reserve either more or less than what was budgeted and the reasons why, and allowing council to make that decision, because that's one of the critical decisions council has in their venue to perform. So I hope that helps a bit, that a surplus shouldn't be a surprise. It should be expected, and that's good financial planning.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I might just mention that I certainly appreciate that approach when we look backwards at the year behind us, and it's always nice to know that we've met our targets and have a little left over that we can reallocate for the future. I think that's a great approach, as opposed to the opposite of having to find extra money somewhere to cover what we did. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I guess my question continues on that a little bit. We have a number of projects that are carried over, particularly out at Nordig with the paving. How do we manage that, and ensure that the funding for those you know, like, so it's unspent funds, but we want those projects to continue. How do we manage that through this process?
Right, so, in your capital, budget binder, under the restricted surplus tab, and we're gonna go to page 22.
This is my capital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, restricted.
So it should look like this. It's got a bunch of pretty colors on it. Page 22 in the capital book. Yep, work in progress.
Okay.
So, if a project is being funded through a specific restricted surplus account, of course, we just wouldn't withdraw that money from that restricted surplus account. If that project is being funded through tax revenue, then we put the funding that isn't used into the work in progress restricted surplus account in the year that the project didn't happen. And then whenever that project does move forward, then we withdraw those funds so that we aren't going back and generating tax revenue for that project again. So it would be identified in future years as coming from restricted surplus, because those surpluses would be put in a work in progress reserve and then taken out in the year that that project is completed. So if the project was $100,000 and they spent 20, we would put 80,000 in the work in process restricted surplus account, and the following year we would withdraw that out of that restricted surplus, not affecting, so that tax revenue would not have to fund that in the following years.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Then maybe I'll just touch on pages 22 through 27, and it's the all of the detail of what is coming in and going out of all of the restricted surplus accounts in 2022 projected and 2023 draft budget. Okay. So if we move back to the draft operating budget, and we're gonna go to the Ag and Community Services tab, and I want you to go to page 164. So the, on page 164 is the first program within the Ag and Community Services budget, and I just want to go through one program, kind of what each of these, this information means, where to find it on the page, etc., and then I'll turn it over to Matt. But each of the program summaries is one program, and that equals one line on so on page 24 of the operating summary booklet that I gave you is where Ag and Community Services starts. And you can see that the very first program on there is Agriculture General. And that's what this program summary is. So each of the programs has one line on your summary. You'll see what the 2022 projected number is for that program, the 2022 approved budget, 2023 through 2026 draft. And 24, 25, and 26 are just for information. They're not being, the committee is not being asked to make recommendations to council on those numbers, only 2023. So back to the program summary, you'll see in the first part is just information about who is responsible, some accounting reference, just what the department is, what the sub-department is, the budget year, just general information. The next paragraph is changes. So what staff have done, have put the major changes between budget 2022 and budget 2023, or further years if they feel that that information is relevant, and just so that to highlight kind of what's happening in that program over the next year. The next paragraph is the description of the program. So that should tell you what that program accomplishes. Why do we do this program? What is the work plan? And then the next paragraph is the guiding document. So either policy, council decision, or some legislation about why this program is important to Clearwater County, or how the staff have developed this work plan. And then as you move down, there's the next set of numbers is just comparing 2022 budget to 2023 budget, so that you can identify any changes year over year. And then the next is the 5-year forecast. So that includes the projected 2022 numbers, the budget for 2022, and then again, the preliminary draft budget for 2023 and 24 to 26 just for information purposes. And each program has all of that information included and is one line on your summary document. And then all of those programs add up to the big number we get at the bottom. Any questions on that information? So I hope you used your stickies that I give you and have kind of some idea of which programs you need more information about, but I will turn it over to Director Martinson, and he will kind of go through the changes to his both his agriculture and community services budgets. Thanks, Matt.
So, Ms. Sirhan,
yep.
this was the end of your
Yep.
summary of the summary of the summary?
Yeah, you bet.
In
You have
that
questions?
case, I think we did have a recommendation that council receive this as
Okay.
as information as presented, unless there were additional questions. Councillor Graham? Okay, all those in favor?
Thank you.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And Mr. Martinson?
Thank you, Chairman Lougheed, committee members. Maybe before I pick up from where Ms. Sirhan left at the start of my budget, I'd just maybe like to recognize and thank Ms. Sirhan and her team for the monumental amount of work that she described goes into this process, and how much effort they put into getting us ready to present our programs and projects to this committee and ultimately council. And so I'd like to recognize and thank that. I'd also like to recognize and thank the leadership team that also puts in a lot of effort alongside Ms. Sirhan and her team to make sure that the committee's goals and visions are recognized, and certainly the support that they give me. As you can see, I'm all sitting behind me. You know, we really appreciate, or I really appreciate that. And sort of maybe lastly, I'd like to recognize and thank my team back at the office in Ag and Community Services for the amount of effort they put in to get me ready as the very narrow tip of the iceberg here today to share this information with you. So thank you, Chairman Lougheed, for the opportunity to share that with everybody. Getting into our budget, we made some points in the cover sheet that hit on some changes and maybe some new areas that might have warranted some discussion. Obviously, you're going to hear a lot about the increasing costs of things in my budget. I suspect also in some of my esteemed colleagues' budgets as well. And so that was something that I wanted to point out, especially within our operational budget. As you can imagine, it's an awful lot of fuel and materials, blades and things of those nature, and I think we can all appreciate some of the costs of those things have went up. So, you know, I think overarching, that's something to take note of as we go through my budget, which I'll sort of get into. And starting where Ms. Saran kind of left off, she sort of did the first part of my budget. Sorry, guys, you guys got to do all yours by yourself. But yeah, as she kind of outlined the ag general component, no significant changes between 2022 and 2023 really reflected in there. Slight increase in salaries to continue on with our merit-based salary policy and programming. You know, you might note a little bit of discrepancy in the projection as it relates to salaries, and that's a result of just some dynamic changes in staff due to leaves and natural attrition, as well as just some lingering earlier effects from COVID, which sort of muddled up or didn't allow us to do some events and training that we would normally have done that would have sort of drawn on that part of the budget. But we do expect those challenges to clear up for next year, and so that's why the budget's been proposed to stay the same there. So if there's not any questions on the ag general component of my budget, I would flip to the next component, which is training. Very similar there. We're not proposing really any changes beyond business as usual. We'd continue on to vegetation management and specifically the shop and yard component. See maybe some slight increases again, just related to merit-based changes for salary. But beyond that, this budget stabilized a little bit this year after we took on some more yards and sites relating to some of the new fire halls we've built, as well as waste authority infrastructure. Moving into rental equipment, we have again not a lot of changes, slight decrease in salary just to reflect again some changing staff and long service staff being replaced with some newer staff, reflecting a little change in salary. But beyond that, no significant changes proposed for rental equipment. Moving next into the vehicle pool, of course we'll see some fairly significant increases in this realm as we specifically look at parts and fuel. I think you know, that's something that we're going to expect to see increase in the future, and we've reflected that. If I may, Chairman Lougheed, I would take a question from Councillor Swanson.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
I see that we have, it's that time of year or that time in regards to the rewrap on the Sasquatch vehicle. So my question is, when was the last time? Has this been an ongoing occurrence? What is it done locally? And could this maybe go under the land care grant, because they support the Sasquatch program? Sorry, big questions.
Yeah, so I think as far as the usable life, the first wrap that we did to promote and recognize our Sasquatch program on that retired CPO unit was, I believe, 6 or 7 years ago. So I would suggest that would be the usable life. You know, we've determined now that it's starting to get kind of ragged, and so that's sort of the suggestion. It will be done locally. As far as any potential grant opportunity, we would consider that. I think at this point, something like that isn't often sort of included in the grants that we typically get, but we can have a look at that because I believe, you know, you're correct, it's certainly based in that program area. Like other program areas, the vehicle pool is sort of where the specific technical work gets done, spray trucks get rigged up in the vehicle pool area and things like that. But I think more importantly, the question is, you know, can we leverage some grant funding to do that? And yeah, I think we could look into it. Would I want to defer it to try to find that? Likely not, because it is getting ragged and we might have to strip it or take it out of service, you know, just to make sure that we protect the integrity of the brand and whatnot. Yeah, we'd certainly have a good hard look at trying to fund it partially through grant funding if possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions about vehicle pool?
Seeing none at the moment.
Moving into roadside brush clearing. You will see increases across the board here to reflect the sort of increases, generally speaking, in an field operational based work like that. Fuel's up, blades are up. The contractors that we use are also experiencing that, obviously. And so to maintain current service levels for our roadside program, you know, we're recommending increases to offset that. You know, it's a program that sort of maintains safety, and we are, you know, going to be making some slight changes moving into 2023, where we'll likely decrease the total length of actual roadside brushed in exchange for starting to treat more intersections. And that would include some work on getting approvals from private land to do work on private land. And so it won't be a significant decrease in the overall miles of road, but it will be noticeable possibly into next year. So. Councilor Graham?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. It mentions here doing some brush removal in some cemeteries. Is there a plan in the future to ever re-tree those cemeteries to make them pretty again, or they will forever be treeless?
So the work that we do in the cemeteries, with the exception of Nordegg, is on behalf of the community association that operates them. And so where we have challenging trees, big trees that are hanging over infrastructure or plots, inhabited plots, then we get involved to provide that service to the cemeteries and make sure that that work is done safely and that the burdensome cost isn't sort of left there. Now, the retreeing is on them, and I know, I guess maybe, you know, a good example is where we grew up. There's a cemetery that removed some large, you know, beautiful trees, and it was done because of the integrity of the potential trees to affect the plots, both from falling down, but also from the roots. When we put large root producing trees into cemeteries, they do cause issues with heaving headstones and either increasing settling or the soil rising up in the plots. So it is a challenge, but I do know a cemetery that looks a little bit like an open pasture isn't desirable either. So we will always offer free trees to our cemetery partners, tree seedlings through our program. And, you know, that's one way we can continue to, I think, promote trees. And we can work with them to try to find trees that look beautiful but aren't maybe as destructive from a root producing perspective or a top growth perspective. And, you know, that's something maybe we can make a note of to extend an olive branch to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on roadside brush clearing before we move along? Roadside brush spraying, we'll see some increases here as a result of that overall theme of pressure on supplies in general, and in this instance specifically it's pesticide that we use obviously for the brush spraying program, and yeah, we've seen that quite considerably over the last couple of years, and we expect it to continue into next year. Now, maybe not as severe as these last couple of years. Next is roadside mowing. Again, bit of increase as it relates to supplies and contracted services that we use to keep the mowers going and operate the mowers, related to blades and repairs and things like that. Questions about mowing before we move into reclamation?
Councillor Swanson, please.
Oops, sorry.
I just want to make mention that I always struggle every year to balance roadside mowing and roadside brush spraying. Because to me, you can't have one without the other, or you can't have all one or can't have one off the other. So, because I know some residents in my division don't want any spraying, and then I have some that, want it mowed every week to be like a lawnmower. So, because our county is so large, I think this is the balance that we have to do as council all the time. And some of us have road experience or road construction and understand that better, but it's to make our residents understand that, at the end of the day, it is a balance between these two particular programs, and you just can't have one or the other. So just want to make mention of that.
And I think, again, that it is finding a balance between those costs involved and the safety to the public as well. We know that there is a safety factor if we have that brushing done, that people won't have as many little creatures coming out of the sides and connecting up with their path to town. Yeah, I can appreciate it. Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Balance and having integration amongst all these programs, I think, is ultimately the most effective and efficient way. We try to hit that mark the best we can on any given season, for sure. No more question about roadside mowing. We'll go to reclamation. A bit of increase in regards to what we expect, some seed costs to be and where we need to use fertilizers and things. We're always sort of preparing ourselves for an ambitious construction season, because a lot of this work is done after roads are built and burrow pits are closed with the landowners or closed from the burrowing operations, and we help finish up the reclamation work. So we did see a pretty ambitious construction season last year, so we are expecting a typical amount of roads to build and burrow pits to reclaim. Moving into roadside weed spraying, obviously a little separate from the brush. This is specific to noxious weeds and sweet clover. So sort of same idea, slight increase relating to the pesticides. But overall, an expectation of a similar service level. We know we've driven the roads, we've talked to folks, we know we're maybe losing ground on the late season weeds, specifically thistle and some others, and we chalk that up to 2 really dry seasons where our efficacy really goes down, and we're just not prepared to continue on with 50% efficiency or efficacy. So we hope next year's different. We hope we can catch up a little bit because we are noticing both on our roadsides but also on the private land as well that it's been a tough season for late season weeds, and so there's work to do here for sure, and we are prepared to do it. And we hope that the weather cooperates, as we do every year. Land care.
Deputy Reeve Mill, sorry.
No problem, thank you. As far as the whole weed spraying program, there was issues with staffing this year. do we have any plans to ensure we have a robust summer staff program this year, or are we kind of at the whim of high school and university programming?
No, I mean, yeah, I think we're talking with HR and with program supervisors, you know, already on what we need to do to try to, you know, improve on last year. And it was just a really tight market, and, you know, we had more no-shows and you know, 1 week grads than we've ever seen, certainly in my time here. So we think that's an anomaly. We think that the overall labor market hopefully shouldn't be as tight next year, but I think there's some things that we can maybe do, some tweaks to make that can help that, and maybe some more contingency plans, because I was maybe caught off guard. I wouldn't have expected that amount of turnover that fast, you know, in a season when traditionally there's not enough time to change jobs when you're only in a short term, and that's what's buffered us against some of that. But yeah, to answer the question, we are talking about it already, have been, and plans are coming together to manage against some of those challenges.
Right, thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity to just maybe point out, like, this is one of the reasons there is a surplus. And we can't budget less in this program because we want to accomplish this program. But for whatever reason, and Matt's listed a few of them, there are challenges. There were challenges in this program, and we didn't accomplish the work plans, but that doesn't mean that we won't budget each program that we are going to accomplish 100% of what we feel like the work plan can be. But because of the organization is so huge and there are so many programs, we're bound to have challenges in different programs every year. So this is where some of those surpluses come. And then at the end of the year, it's not, those dollars aren't lost. They are strategically placed in restricted surplus accounts to accomplish the committees and council's capital project plans. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martins.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe has a question.
Thank you. Is that the reason why on the program summary under labor that we're, you know, underspent by about 100,000 was we couldn't get people to do the work? This is on the very first page.
Yeah, so a combination of the two challenges that were sort of discussed, kind of staff leaving mid-season and full-time staff, you know, that would make up a significant amount of this budget, but certainly in collection with seasonal staff, of course, which we had trouble holding on to as well. And then when the fall came and we knew that our ability to be effective with the spraying was vastly dropping, you know, 50% effectiveness when it's that dry, we just can't spend money like that. So we have to lay off the seasonal staff early. And because if we can't spray, there's nothing for the spraying staff to do. And if we can only spray at 50% effectiveness, we're not going to do it. And so that's cumulatively why you see, you know, a forecast that doesn't utilize the 22 budget and then an ask for an increase in 23. I got to make up for that. And that happened 2 years in a row to a certain extent. And the thistle didn't go away. It was still there looking at us while we drove by it. Certainly me, anyway. And so we have to address that next year. And we'll have to hold on to seasonal staff longer than average and hope we get some rain in the fall and things stay green and we can get 90% effectiveness. That's when I'll send trucks out. When we have 90% effectiveness, which is, you know, a reasonable number when we're spending money. 50% just wasn't going to work. So, you know, we laid the staff off and that's collectively that's where we were.
Okay, all right. Thank you for explaining that anomaly.
Yeah, so, you know, we're so much weather driven, you know, that as Manager Sharan mentioned, we planned for a really good season. And as we all know as Albertans, the really good season comes maybe once every 5, we hope. And then we struggle on either end of the spectrum for the other 4, whether it's too wet or too dry. And, you know, too wet's a better scenario for spraying, but not for mowing.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just wanted, maybe just a little note that people that work in ag services just can't drive down the road and look at the weeds the same way that they did before they worked for ag services. I just wanted to point out that labor, travel, and staff development, what's included in that. So that's all your memberships and registrations, travel and subsistence, wages, seasonal, both seasonal and permanent, any employer-paid taxes and like CPP and all that, EI, all the legislated employment costs are in there as well as benefits. So that line encompasses all of the staff-related costs that it takes to run that program.
Yeah. And that's a good point with the memberships and things, you know, we're seeing costs for those, you know, slightly increase, and we have to carry these designations and memberships to be able to legally and morally, when it comes to best practices, do the work that we do, especially with pesticides and managing pests. So that was a good reminder from Finance Manager Serhan regarding the makeup of those lines. Any other questions about weed spraying, roadside weed spraying, before we move on down the road into land care and environment protection, other environment protection? So, you know, really unchanged here.
I would have one question before there. I noticed in the roadside weed spraying, you had projected increases in the coming years as well as 2023. Yet the overall revenues for the department are static. Can you maybe dive into that one just a little deeper? I know that in one area we're always trying to balance those revenues versus expenses, and just trying to understand your projections.
Yeah, so roadside weed spraying isn't typically a cost center that we generate a lot of revenue beyond a single contract with Volker regarding the Volker Stephen, the contractor for the province. So the increase in expenses, you know, related to things that we've talked about just now, doesn't really directly apply to our revenue, in the sense that this program area isn't really grant funded, nor do we have any cost recovery. Roadside spraying's, you know, legislated, required for maintenance, and you know, so we'll see the cost increase with no real correlated revenue. There is other cost centers that are correlating to ability to collect user fees or grant funding, and so in those areas, you know, we'll have to look at what those user fees cost, I think, as well, and pricing on things we resell, and those will be coming up, so we can touch on them there as well.
Thanks so much.
Into environmental protection. So these are our strategic partners like North Saskatchewan Watershed, Red Deer River Watershed Association, Red Deer River Municipal Group, and those groups. I think Councillor Swanson has a question.
Councillor Swanson.
Sorry. The Medicine River watershed, is that not included in this one?
Yeah, they're in here.
Okay.
We'll pay some membership fees for our work there. They're a little maybe less well known, so our apologies. We'll include them, but they are a strategic partner with us, and maybe we'll see some increasing projects together as they're, I want to say, reforming with a little more energy, which is exciting. We don't share a lot of stream bank with that group, if you will. We do headwater the Medicine River, but we don't have a lot of dense development along it like some of our other partners. But there is, you know, opportunities to work with them, and we look forward to that. Moving into sort of the regular land care world, you know, this is an area we'll see some significant changes relating to some of the projects we have planned. It is an area where we are able to capture a fair bit of revenue as well. The revenue typically comes through two streams here: the provincial government or other government sources, as well as private sector partnerships with oil and gas companies or a local forestry company or things like that. So we also see a little bit of roller coastering here, because often multi-term projects that we get grant funded are a bit front loaded. So we'll get a lot of revenue in 1 year, but that's actually spread out over expenses in multiple years. And that's where you'll see us really working closely with Mr. Hand to get those strategic surpluses for work in progress right into the next years. And so sometimes you'll see the revenue in 1 year, but the expenses, shown in other years. And this is, an area where we see a lot of that. Any questions about land care? So then the next page, sort of, cost centers, is the commodity sales. And yeah, it's been a bit of a tough business unit to try to project and set pricing for, just because the wholesale pricing for us to purchase the materials are really dynamic and late in the season. We try really hard to support our producers by setting prices once a year and sticking to those prices, because a lot of budgeting's done in the spring, and we don't want to suggest to a producer in April that pricing's going to be X and then change that in June when they come to get the product. So we take mid-season product changes very seriously, try to eliminate or mitigate that. And so that's been challenging to try to maintain our markup on our products for resale. Beyond that, we're seeing the product overall increase. So ultimately our overall costs to purchase those products have increased, but our revenue from them also have increased.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I always thought that the commodity sale program was designed to be fully cost recoverative. I know that historically it's showing that it hasn't been, but I thought that was always what it was designed to do. Can you dive a little deeper into that philosophy?
Yeah, I don't, fully cost recovery is, a really difficult sort of term to nail down, in a sense. The cost recovery on the product sold and the shipping and the direct warehousing costs have been sort of the philosophy to achieve. But because this area houses other costs that don't directly relate to commodity sales but relate to other parts of our pesticide business, it's been hard to nail down that cost. So what, selling a jug of Grazon, we recover the cost of selling that jug, but we don't subsidize the cost of using Grazon on our roadsides, if you know what I mean. But together you go in there and you'll see it all managed similarly. Yeah. So if you look at these bottom line items, no, it doesn't actually show cost recovery, but we are getting efficiencies because we have to handle pesticides whether we sell a drop of it or not. Yeah. And a significant amount, because we have a significant amount of roads. So by combining that, we get some efficiencies, but we're not bearing the sole price of managing them on the people that come here to buy herbicides, because it's everybody that drives our roads or has land adjacent that should help pay for that cost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so if we were to dive deeper into the budget, like into the more, if we were to put a microscope on it, we'd see that commodity sales themselves is fully cost recovery. However, because we are managing all of our own products as well, that's being shown in this line as well.
Yeah, if you could get a scalpel sharp enough and dissect it that thinly, that's what we would find, or I believe, or what I strive for. I'm not convinced we could ever slice it that thin and all agree, in a room that this, because it's like dumping a cup of water in the stream and trying to get it back out a mile down the stream. you're never sure that it is.
absolutely.
But we know it ended up there because we can measure the flow, and that's sort of the best we can get.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak, and then we'll go to Councillor Rapp.
This is a little bit off the topic, but it's still in commodity sales. I've had lots of phone calls about controlling gophers. Did you find anything that's better than what we sell today, Matt?
We're working on that because I've got a lot of calls too from your area. The issues down south in that area, and I shouldn't just say your area, down south in general, you know, certainly cover parts of the other committee members, council divisions as well. But I'd say, you know, you're smack dab in the middle of it with your geography, and we're working on that. We're working on it from a few different angles relating to helping farmers with our commodity sales program, but also some of the infrastructure that we operate or we help operate on behalf of our strategic partners, like the Southeast Rec Grounds, like the school division property, another partner of ours. Yeah, we've lost tools by way of strychnine. We just got done our environmental stuff, so again, and we talked about balance already today. I'm not suggesting that we get out advocating for strychnine. We are Eastern Slopes municipality that values and headwaters drinking water for an awful lot of people. We pride ourselves on managing predators, not necessarily killing everything. Like, you know, I think there's a balance there, and the loss of strychnine was difficult. I think we can get through it. There's areas that are managing. Some areas are just better built for gophers, and we're struggling there. But I think, you know, if we can do some research, you know, maybe some field days or trials, I'm not sure, but we are working on it, because we're hearing some of the same things, if not the same things you are, and we do sympathize, and I think understand that there is a problem and it needs to be worked on. The fortunate thing is there's a lot of other municipalities that have a lot of challenges with ground squirrels, and I think we can learn from them, and that's part of our research process, is finding out. I think it's going to be another integrated process. It's not going to be a one tool process like we used in the past with strychnine. It's going to be maybe multiple tools that we're going to have to string together throughout the season to deal with it. But we'll work on it, and I appreciate sharing that.
Yeah, and if you could give an update at a future council meeting, when you get information on it, sure would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly work, you know, with the two representatives of council on our board, and, you know, I definitely be something we'll talk about in the future, and you know, possibly brought to the board through that avenue, or if it's appropriate, you know, to be brought individually, we'll do that.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Would you know what the markup is in industry? I guess my concern is that 10% markup is quite low, and are we undercutting private industry?
Mr. Martins.
The answer to that's why that markup's there, is because that is a consideration. Now, there is no private industry in that regard in this county, but we do look on our outskirts. And so that basic thin margin is why that business doesn't exist here in the private sector. You have to do volume. It's a lot of retail are very small scale, and you know, agricultural commodities aren't any different, and that's why you're seeing constriction. We used to have at least 3 ma and pa fertilizer and herbicide sellers back in the 80s in this county. Like, and when I say ma and pa, I mean farmers that farmed, you know, big properties, but were for family farms, and they did this business. But no, you need millions of dollars worth of sales to make a business case that a business could actually operate on, or a family could be on, and that's why we're doing it. 10% isn't the total amount of market we set in the pricing. We also get performance revenue from the manufacturers based on how much we sell. We don't love that model, but that's an industry standard, and as a county, we're the only county in Alberta or Canada that I'm aware of that buys herbicides on the scale like this and resells them. So we don't get a lot of private sector people that share our perspective on the performance payments. It's quite common in sales where they'll set arbitrary lines and you have to sell X amount, you get a payment from the manufacturer. So when you add those in, it is about 12 to 14% of what we get back from selling, any dollar product. But no, that's sort of the industry standard. The goal of this is to keep the products available and affordable to our landowners to try to mitigate enforcing the Weed Act, which brings a whole new level of risk and challenges to the county, both politically but also operationally and morally. So it's a trade-off, and that's why historically we've entered in this business.
Yeah, I just think that nothing has only a 10% markup on it. That, again, are we undercutting private industry?
No, so every year we will phone the 3 or 4 companies that we believe would be also servicing our customers. So, I'll say there's businesses in Co-op that serve, or businesses in Eckville that service, say, the east side of our county, Sundre, Rimbey. We're in touch with those groups. We find out what they're selling, how much they're selling it for, the formulations they have. We don't need you to buy from us. We're happy to give you a recommendation to go to a community outside the county if that's more, and we want to know what they're selling. So if Councillor Cermak said, hey, I'm going to be in Sundre, could you help me with my thistles? I'm happy to direct him there, because it's not about the sale for us, it's about getting the weed sprayed. So we play a very close relationship with all of our neighbors that sell this product, and we'll send people to our competitors, so to speak, if they have a product that we're not selling or a formulation we don't have. So no, we're very confident that we're not undercutting or overpricing, that we're all within the same range. And yeah, I agree. There's not a lot of things that sell for that tight margin, but that's the world of ag inputs, fertilizers even less, but it's scale. Train loads and train loads. That's how a business makes money off that. Truckloads and truckloads of pesticide, not the small potatoes that we do. And that's why we do it, because if there was money in it, someone else would do it, and I'd happy to pass that business on to them. And we look at that often too. We have conversations with businesses that might be interested in taking over our herbicide sales, because I'd be happy to pass it on to the private sector where it rightfully belongs.
Okay, thank you. That's really what I was looking for, is that we are competitive or in the same range as private industry in this market.
And we do this begrudgingly, to be quite honest, because we have to, not because we want to. If anybody else wanted to do that, we would happy transition it over to them and work very closely, help them with their certifications. But we see the numbers here, and it's unlikely at that sort of situation that any business would see value in it.
Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Eve. I personally love that we do sell commodity. At the risk of catering to the younger crowd, hashtag no excuses, right? If they get a weed notice or they have a weed problem, not only will we, teach them how to do it, we'll supply said material and or, like you said, direct them to another location. What are we doing to try to help our acreage partners? I find that that's an area that we really, in general, the industry is struggling. Can you go over that a little bit in more detail?
Yeah, so, we hear a lot. There's a bit of a 2-tier system when it comes to who can buy what herbicide, and that 2-tier system is not imposed by the county. We begrudgingly follow that rule too, because it's law, that suggests that you have to have an arbitrary amount of property before you're considered a farmer, at which case you can buy certain herbicides. I resent that. I have lots of people I know that are, you know, very well educated, came from farms, live on an acreage now, go over to their family farm on occasion, and because they happen to live on a property, they can't buy a certain herbicide. Doesn't make sense yet. You know, somebody can buy a quarter section straight out of the city, not have ever used a herbicide, and can come in and use that land location to buy an agricultural base. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to us. It's a provincial law. We work within it the best we can. If you have livestock on your acreage, so if you're an acreage with horses, we have a declaration they can sign to say that they are a livestock owner, and in their opinion and our opinion, that makes them a farmer and they can access the product. Another thing that we are looking to arrange hopefully this winter is what's called a farmer's pesticide applicators license, and it's a certification that we can train in-house now that we have some folks that have held the pesticide applicators long enough to meet that designation. And so roughly a day's course and an online test would get anybody, no matter what size of property they own, a farmer's pesticide applicators license, which would make them eligible to buy that herbicide. And so we are planning to hopefully roll out maybe a pilot workshop this spring or winter to try to test the waters there and see how that works. That designation is also good at any retailer in Alberta as well, not just through us. So we could teach somebody, you know, from the far northeast part of the county, and they could access herbicide from Rimbey if that works. So we're working on that to try to address that. We've also unsuccessfully lobbied through our professional association to get changes to that, to move it from CRA designations to CR and use zoning, because most municipalities have consistent zoning, but sizes of properties allowed are variable. So we would continue to make that as a bit of an internal lobby to try to move it and open it up for CRAs. It still doesn't help folks in our multi-parcels who also, if you have land, you can get any weed present in the county, regardless of the designation of the land. Buttercup doesn't care if it's ag land or a CR or an HR. So those are some of the things that we're doing to try to address that. Again, we appreciate, you know, the recognizing the work that we do to take out all the barriers. We like to use barriers, not excuses, but often they're the same thing. Also the training. It doesn't matter where you come from. When you come to our office, we're gonna make sure you're comfortable with the product. You know how to mix it. You have a measuring cup to mix it. You know, we find out what you're mixing it in. So you won't get that at a lot of crop inputs. They assume that you're a 10,000 acre farmer and you do this in your sleep, so they just send you on your way often. And so I think maybe that's the difference of the service we provide, and that's why that legislation's in place, because I think there are instances where people leave the retail with a product they're not comfortable using, and that's too bad.
And a follow-up?
Yes, please. With our custom spraying program, the acreages have access to our custom spraying. So if they get on the list for that, they can control their thistle and buttercup through our department and not have to touch chemical ever, correct?
Correct. So we do have a minimum size amount before we will turn it over to private industry. Again, back to Councillor Ratcliffe's concern, we're always looking at that. We only want to provide a service where it doesn't exist. If it exists, we want to direct it on, providing that it's reasonably priced. So we have a list of contractors that'll usually do under 5 acres. And likely, you know, I shouldn't say likely. And we vetted them to make sure that they would provide that service to the standard that we would as well. And so some instances we would, if that was a priority property, meaning that it was in stream for possible enforcement, we would absolutely offer that service to them and not defer them to a contractor. So to answer the question, yes, they get that service either through us or through a trusted, vetted partner. Those are also contractors that we would use if we got into a scenario where we need to bring on contractors, which happens from time to time. So that's how we can keep them vetted on an ongoing basis.
Thank you.
Super. Let's take a short break here. We will be back at 10:35, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue forward on our strategic planning session, and I will turn the floor back to our Director of Ag and Community Services, Mr. Marks.
Thank you. Was there any lingering questions on commodity sales before we moved along? The next cost center is rural beautification. So this is an area where we do two projects. One is the yearly farm beautification program where we judge farmsteads and acreages. The other program here, which makes up a significant amount of the budget, is the roadside cleanup program. So we are projecting some increases here. In order to enjoy scales of efficiencies, we buy things like bags and vests in bulk every once in a while, and this happens to be a year where we got to do a bag order and replace some tattered vests and signs and things. So that's where you're seeing a little bit of increase there. No questions about that. We'll go into tours and field days. Slight increase, reflects some higher costs to do some of the events and projects that we continually do. Many of you were at Cattleman's Day. We had good results there. So, we're pleased to see coming out of COVID that we can still do these things.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you. I know that this year in particular, busing ended up being an incurred cost that has not historically been a concern. Is busing reflected in this? Because I think that is going to be a continued concern as the school division's budget is under constraint, and I don't want to see that very valuable program gone because of a busing concern.
Yeah, that's a great point to make, and it's very true. The programs that we do relating to the youth and children education have been affected by busing costs, and so we don't want to, number one, we don't want to have any class that could have or should have attended our event not come because they can't afford the busing. Number two, we don't want them to have to choose between our event or the Space and Science Center or the zoo, all other worthy things that students do. So for that reason, we have included a bit of increased busing in areas where we've done it in the past, or in areas that might be new. And a lot of that, like a lot of the revenue in this cost center, can be offset by sponsorship. The good news is these youth events are very well regarded by business that supports our events, and so we are able to get often sponsorship for those things. So, but no, it's important point to make, and thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Just looking, there is some collaboration also with Open Farm Days. Is there a formality in that? Or is it just through the Egg Society, do you think? Or I would just like a little bit more background, because it hasn't been mentioned. I was looking for Open Farm Days, and because I still feel that that's a valuable weekend too, to showcase our farmers within our area.
Yeah, Open Farm Days has transitioned a little bit recently from Alberta Agriculture to the Ag Society's sort of overarching group, and we do collaborate and work closely with our Ag Societies and ultimately Open Farm Days. We don't participate directly as a department, just because it's very well established on their own right. Economic development does get involved a bit, and there'd be some possible budget there. From our programming, we try to either build off of what's done at Open Farm Days, or just make sure that we're not, planning things on that same event. But we won't get directly related with Open Farm Days when it comes to budget, but we do provide support to it, signage for the collaborators. We do provide some assistance to the farms that do request it. So in the past, we've helped offset the cost of porta potties, and so that would come out of the surface area. That's fairly minuscule and upon request for those that don't have that as a part of their farm already. Any other questions about tours and field days? We'll move into the Ag Service Board. Just a slight increase, just to reflect increased opportunities for the board to now take on training or attend conferences or do work on behalf of the Ag Service Board. Certainly some of the issues around COVID is why, you know, our 2022 projected isn't where we would have expected to be, but conferences are happening again in person and things of that nature, so we do expect, you know, expenses to go back to where they would normally be. Questions moving into awards. Landcare did add a Sustainable Grazing Award, but we don't expect the overall costs to be any significant different or remain unchanged. Moving into custom spraying, we'll see some slight differences here reflecting the increased costs of herbicides, and you know, we are going to be reviewing the rate with the Ag Service Board this summer. We expect that to increase, you know, obviously to reflect the cost to increase fuel and other costs.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I've noticed an increase of and I'm assuming that's an increase of ask because of time, the time involved in spraying, I'll just say for the particular landowner, so they'd sooner hire our department to do it. Just, is it a first come, first serve when a landowner wants custom spraying? Or, because I know, and you mentioned earlier, right, weather plays a big part in the effectiveness of the spraying. Or is this done on a landowner schedule, or is it done on, like, who decides the when it's happening, I guess is my question.
Yeah, so it's not quite as easy as saying first come, first serve. There's some other factors that will affect that, but generally speaking, as interested consumers of this program phone in, they go on a list, and that list then is reviewed by the supervisor in charge of that program. Anybody that's in the stream of enforcement will be priority in requested services. So if we have issued a warning letter to land, and all of a sudden they call in and say they want custom spraying, they're gonna get shot right to the top of that, because that's an enforcement priority that we want to avoid. We would love to do business with them on a voluntary basis. So secondary to that, so obviously that changes the first come, first serve scenario. And the other scenario that changes that is efficiency of travel. So it takes a lot to get these tractors around this county this big. And so if somebody pops onto the list, which is frequent because they'll see that tractor doing stripes out in a field and they'll go, they're right here, I should get them. My field's looking terrible. We're not going to turn that scenario down, even though they weren't on the list. We're just right there, you know, and they're going to have to go on the list, and for us to come back in a month just doesn't make sense. And also, there's a lot of efficiencies in handling weeds in a block like that. You know, there's one neighbor does it, the other neighbor does it, everybody's happy, nobody's. So generally it's first come, first serve, but then and then when it rains, you know, when you've been told, you know, our guys will be down in the Highway 22 area in 2 weeks, well, then it rains a little bit, and then a job pops up across the road from far away where we're heading your direction. Now all of a sudden that 2 weeks goes to 3 weeks, and I can understand that frustration because everybody's trying to plan, and they got a grazing rotation to plan around this, or they've got, you know, the daughter's wedding and they don't want the herbicide smell to be lingering, you know, that weekend or whatever. So yeah, that's how we try to prioritize, and ultimately, if we didn't get to you last year, we really try to get to you at the top of the list this year. Again, if it was thistle, we didn't get to almost any of that, or brush. Brush is one of the things that we will cast off quick because it's not legislatively required, though we do try to help farmers where we can, but it's a low priority. So if you phone in with a brushing, it might ride there for 2 years. You know, we would try to help you find a contractor to do it, but if that was so easy, we wouldn't be doing it too. So sometimes those guys sometimes those with low brushing priorities, we don't get to them ever because we have so many people wanting to do Buttercup and Caraway.
I would have a question on this cost center, the line 67, other expenses. That is nearly a doubling of last year's or this year's, well, certainly a doubling of last year's, but this year's, is as an other, what kind of things would be in other?
I think it's all the herbicide. Yeah. Yeah. So the other expense is just the cost of the chemicals. And again, the chemical prices have increased significantly, but also we did have a pretty ambitious year last year. So we're forecasting as a reaction from last year's larger acre count. That's ultimately going to be a flow through. We'll get that back in revenue, that increase, and that should be reflected in the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
If there's not any other questions about custom spraying, we'll move right into weed inspection. So a bit of an increase there, just to reflect, you know, some of the merit-based increases to salary, but also, you know, an increase in just the supplies and materials, pump-up sprayers and GPSs and things that we need to equip the staff with, dog spray and whatnot. If there's no questions on there, we'll go into weed and pest, the pests and plots. So same kind of idea here, you know, professional services regarding lab testing for clubroot has, you know, crept up a bit, and we do an awful lot of that. 100 canola fields, you know, equates to probably 10 or 15 requests from labs, but also all 100 of those fields need each of the 2-person crew to wear Tyvek and booties. That gets pricey when we're burning through, you know, materials like that, but it's sort of the nature of the biosecurity.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead, please.
I believe Councillor Cermak brought it up at one point in time. You know, there's the wild boar. This wild boar falls under the Pest Act, is what I understand. Is there any other four-legged animals or that we need to be identifying other than the wild boar would be part of this? Because you've identified beaver control in and of itself. So I guess for me, it's like, what's the other risk that we have other than grasshoppers, you know, the fusarium and the clubroot?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do a little bit of coyote work here when it comes to small livestock producers. We don't get a lot of requests for service from cattle guys. You know, wolves are generally an issue with cattle, so guys manage for them. They don't have an issue with coyotes. We're getting a lot of small livestock producers. Our sheep and goat herd has been increasing quite steadily over the last 5 years, so coyotes are an issue there. And so this would be the cost center where we would provide service to sheep or goat producer, small livestock producer. Like you mentioned, wild boar here, you know, we haven't had to do any trapping or culling recently, but we do have to inspect and maintain one operational farm in our county that we're aware of under the Pest Act. So we do that, includes inspections of the fences and things, but also providing a response if they have an escape. We would deal with that if we needed to, either through a contractor or through our own staff. So, but the Pest Act does have a significant amount of other animals on there that we have to be prepared to deal with. Rats are one of them. You know, that's always a threat with the amount of garbage hauled through this county from BC to the capital region. You know, Kelowna, Revelstoke, all those places send their garbage, and a lot of them come through here. There's other directions to go, but I see them at Tim Hortons all the time. So there's always a chance a rat can hop off. That's how they got it down south at Medicine Hat. It's a load of garbage from Saskatchewan. So we got to be prepared to deal with those things, and this is where we would do that.
Would this cost center capture the mountain pine beetle?
Mountain pine beetle is not on the Pest Act, but we do have programming, and that is captured in land care.
Okay, thank you.
Those questions about pests. We do have a little bit of beaver control work here for us. That is maintaining the explosives magazine so that we can have access to the dam removing ability that comes with that. We provide that service to both public works and private landowners in the county upon request. We also do a bit of trapping on MR and ER land that have effects on neighboring properties, especially those with septic systems. And so this is where you'll find the cost center there. It's increased a little bit, but not too much. Questions about beavers? We'll move into general community services. So we see a bit of increase in contract services and community transfers there. So we do have some new event funding that came over from that came over from economic development. So that was regarding the Caroline Stampede and Christmas Light and Canada Day events. Any questions about community services general?
Deputy, actually Councillor Swanson first and then Deputy Reed.
In regard to our community hall funding, I see that we still have a 90,000 balance that's included in the capital facility infrastructure grant funding policy. Is that a placeholder to possibly, for some of the expected applications from some of these halls when they get inspected, is that's
Yep.
like more to upgrade their infrastructure to ensure that there, is that where that is at?
Yep, yep. And not necessarily placeholder, we've already started, so that was also included in the 2022 budget. We've started down that path. By the time we got the policy to council and approval, we were well into the year. So we're hustling to try to get as many community halls this season on track to start making their improvements and ultimately utilizing. Dovercourt was early adopters, so we appreciated that. And so we've got some expenses coming in for 2022 already, and we expect more as the year goes out. Some of that will be reflected in work in progress as well, because we do want to continue on with some of those projects and do a couple new community halls next year. But that is exactly what that was budgeted for.
And Councillor Deputy Reeve Melhoff and then Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. The Compassionate Care Hospice, changing it to 170 and then halving that with our town partner. What would happen if that was not approved by the town partner? Would then that not happen? It would divert back to the 20,000 a year, or would we still continue forward?
So we have committed to the 20,000 a year previously, and that is for the operations of the existing room. So we would disperse that amount irregardless of what happens to the next, what happens regarding their project planning here. Regarding the new build, we wouldn't disperse that funding until the community group came back to council and discussed the change in plan. I'm gonna have to assume that if that amount of that funding that they had identified in the presentation as necessary to do, if it didn't come through the town, it would either have to come through elsewhere or the project would have to be redesigned and potentially a new plan submitted. Until that happened, we wouldn't disperse that funding. The approval we'd be seeking for this line item through this process would include the plan they presented to you, which was a funding partnership with the town and the county. So if that plan didn't come to fruition, the money would still be in budget, which would give council the flexibility to allocate it to a different plan, but it would be upon your resolution at a council meeting.
Can I ask a follow-up to that particular item?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Does that come with a board position sitting on the hospice board?
That was discussed during the, we haven't got a formal response back from that, and we'll certainly continue to work with the Hospice Society. Their governance model will have to be established by them, and I don't think we want to go as far as hinging it on there. But it would be wise, in my opinion, if they wanted this level of continued funding from council to potentially have a closer relationship from a governance perspective. So that's the advice we've provided to them, and we'll try to get some follow-up information back.
Perfect, thank you.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Sermon.
Thank you. Regarding the high school, the historic school sign project, is that 15,000 for each of the 2 years or 15,000 total?
So during their presentation, they reflected a possible 2-year kind of phased project. So that is reflected in the 2023 and 2024, so 2 years, yes.
So for a total of 30?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is matched by the grant, and that would be a similar scenario that Deputy Reeve Melhoff mentioned with the Hospice Society. If their matching funding didn't come in and their project had to be recalibrated, that would be a discussion between council and the group through likely another delegation, and at that point council could choose whether they wanted to continue forward with a different plan or something else.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
Just at the bottom of the page there, the contracted service. Can you explain that a little bit more for me, please? Because this project is needed in the county. The extra 80,000 budgeted here for the Caroline Senior Housing Project.
Oh, yeah, so the council had discussed about the Caroline Seniors Project was when the Chamber of Commerce and their seniors housing group came and wrapped up their study. One of the sort of quarter-line gate questions that needed to be asked was who is going to own the project, whether it was Seniors Housing Council or a municipal corporation. Seniors Housing Council has reviewed that, and they declined at this time to be owner, but they did support the community group in principle. And so that really only leaves one option for ownership, which is municipal corporation. This budget line item would allow administration to bring back some legal and or consultant that would be able to provide the information to council about everything, municipal corporation 101, I suppose. Everything we need to know how to start one, run one, who's a part of it, who's not, all those things. And we would probably bring this to council beyond seniors housing and look at it as a municipal housing corporation, because there is a few things going on right now. Certainly the Caroline Seniors Housing is important, but there's also a underhoused person initiative or homeless person initiative coming, as well. And so that could potentially be a future scenario where a municipal corporation might be looked at. And so, we'd want to cast that wet net a little wider. And if there was a difference between the two, we would have that identified. But understanding municipal corporations as they relate to housing will be something that we will be, upon potential approval of this budget, we would bring that to council. And it might be a couple different workshops or strategic plans to be able to get us up to speed. And then hopefully there's also some other opportunity in that budget line item to provide other information to council as they want it. A staffing impact study was something that's been discussed, things of that nature. And so that's what we have planned for that 80,000.
Thank you for bringing that forward.
Yes, and I can appreciate the idea as we meet the future. Meeting the future with our eyes wide open is a terrific concept and worth the effort, I believe. Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. I had very similar questions with understanding the purpose of an actual study versus, I don't know that we necessarily need to study it. I think just we need to understand what a MuniCorp will mean to Clearwater County and how it impacts us. So, because until we actually determine whether we're going forward with this project and what level we're supporting said project and how a MuniCorp affects us, I don't know that a study necessarily is needed. Studies can be extremely expensive and not necessarily as fruitful as just learning about what a MuniCorp even is and how it affects us directly.
Yeah. Yeah, study might be, maybe misleading nomenclature there. Just further research might be a better way of identifying it. And like I said, staff have a few specific things we know council have asked for, but we also hope that there's flexibility in this budget line item to address anything else you have in this next year moving forward.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the food security program. I was just, the principle of it to help the food bank, the homeless and the struggling families, I think that's great. Most people, I think, would agree with that. But I'm just curious if the input costs may be higher than the actual support to those organizations, or if it would be just simpler and more economical to just rent out that property and just donate the funds.
That's what we're doing currently. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so currently we have a rental agreement with a neighboring farmer to hay it. It's getting expired, and we need to do something about it. And sort of that was part of the idea of being the stimulus. We are hoping that a significant amount of the work needed to be done here will be donated. A traditional food grains project, that's how it happens. The budget amount that we're suggesting, would be to cover some of those things that wouldn't. But, ultimately we would be forecasting donating the entire proceeds of a cereal crop off of roughly 100 acres. That would be significantly more than $10,000 and the roughly similar amount that we're getting in rent right now.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Sorry, just to dig into that a little bit further, perhaps it's a better opportunity for me to ask more questions on that program at the Ag Service Board and how that can be worked with potentially the high schools. Is that something we can discuss at that level?
There'll be some work to be done with the board at defining some of those and putting that flesh on those bones. So it might be a question we'll be asking of you rather than the other way around.
Sounds good. I just don't want to dig deep into it at this level if we're going to be digging into it.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of operational things to work out with the board, should this be approved. Who, how, where, what, well, we know where, but a lot of those other stuff. And then also, help from them to try to get the support from area farmers to do the planting, harvest, things like that.
I just think there might be an opportunity here for some agricultural learning to take place with our local schools and develop that EAT program a little bit further potentially.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of opportunities here, we think.
Absolutely.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering what our revenues are from the North Quarter.
For the farmland?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can be that specific, being that's arrangement we have with a private business to do that. I'll say that that what we charge for rent there is within kind of industry standard. Typical industry standard right now for rental of hayland is generally in that $40 to $80 an acre range. And so, we've looked at the market and we provide a rental agreement with a neighbor that's within that market. It is one of the higher value land in that area for growing perennial and annual crops. So, that would land, the market rate higher up in that range than the lower end.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'd just say some of the measurables of or maybe immeasurables of that plot has been its demonstration ability to area producers that can see different practices and different crop varieties over the years. So I think that's been the payback of having that land there as well, but also having, you know, another farmer within the community manage that for us over time. Ultimately, there is a cost, as we all know, as if you're a landowner, that to manage your property does cost time, or cost money from time to time, where you take crop out of, or field land out of production to renew it, and I think that's where we're kind of at the moment. Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, the community hall funding, I see that we've increased the community hall funding substantially for some of them. I was just wondering if any of our halls have fell through the cracks, like the Rocky Museum, the Caroline Museum. Did they get the equal amount of increases we give out to the other halls?
So museums are not in my budget anymore.
Oh,
Typically, we've considered halls and museums a bit different. Halls really are the sole responsibility of the county. There's really been no other levels of government that have helped community halls beyond way back when with capital investment. Museums have typically been something the province and federal government have looked after. Actually, a lot of municipalities don't even have a heritage department or anything of that nature, but because of Nordeg, we do. So typically they've been a bit different in that instance, and so you wouldn't ever see a correlation between the two. Certainly not, you know, within my budget, but and I can't speak for sort of the budget that will come from the planning department that includes heritage. Be a question for Director Jose.
okay, thank you. I'll bring it up then.
Alrighty, if we have no other questions on community service general, go into animal control. You know, not a lot changed here. One of those programs that's complaint driven and very much reactive. And so, you know, we are projecting less utilization of the budget than maybe what we've had pre-COVID. You know, people weren't out and about as much, and we never seen quite as many dog issues. They are kind of coming back a little bit stronger in the last part of this season, and we expect next year to be sort of normal. But again, you know, it ebbs and flows, and one giant blowout at a campground can be quite costly with tickets and court dates and lawyer fees and things. So, you know, we never really know what's going to happen, and so we just always have to sort of budget a base amount and make sure we don't want to get to the end of the year and not be able to provide public safety.
And I guess my question was going to be just kind of that. Have you noticed a decrease in the number of call-outs based on animal control? I know that was how I got to meet much of my community over the last 4 or 5 years, was dealing with concerns that people had within the community around this. And I haven't had that over the last couple of years. So I just wondered if that was your experience.
We've seen a decrease because, you know, unlike in your scenario, it being a local dog, a lot of dogs from outside of the community end up causing problems for us during camping season and tourism season. So we did see a decrease in COVID because we've seen a decrease in the people coming. Not seeing that there isn't, you know, homegrown county dogs that maraud and cause issues, but we seen a decrease in COVID because people weren't out and about. Now we're seeing, you know, people out and about, and we're seeing, you know, those issues happen, and so we're creeping back up to historical service levels.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I know we major in the dogs, but my question is more about the cats, because we have feral cats that get dropped off in town to a certain organization. And I know we do support the Barn Cat Spade program, is what I understand. I happen to have done a few here in the last month, but I was told that in regards to stray dogs, that when they take them in, there's no help for stray dogs that come to the roar, but they are maybe referred to go to the Red Deer Humane Society. So I'm just, let's find that balance on that, because I know our local organization is constantly fundraising. I see it all the time, and just where are we at with that, please?
Yeah, so you're spot on. We've started doing a bit of work with cats, when traditionally we have not done anything. Cats are a tough one, especially in our subdivisions. You know, they seem to be, you know, quite historic solutions on the farm, but on acreages, understandably, tools aren't the same. So with the stray dogs, abandoned dogs, it's hard for us because we don't want to be funding our own bylaw infraction. And so when a dog is at large, that is an infraction in our bylaw. Someone scoops it up to take it to get spayed, and we pay for that without delivering a ticket. That really undermines us in court potentially, and things of that nature. So a dog that's abandoned potentially by their owner, but again, we don't want to condone that. So that's a sticky one, you know, and we do work closely with Roar, and so I'll make a note of trying to talk about that. We did find a solution for the cats, because again, that's a bit of a sticky one too. You know, on one hand, cats are a tool of the farm. They're rodent control. That's why we have them. On the acreage, they're part of the family, and you know, and how we balance that is sometimes a challenge with our program. So appreciate the information along that, and we'll follow up with Roar.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. It's noted here that this expires in 2022. Is there a local provider now, or are we still going to be looking towards Red Deer?
We'll take a look at what's out there. It's a bit of a complex service when it comes to not only be able to provide the bylaw and be able to have the training and tools and ability to meet legislation, but also best practices around bylaw enforcement, but also to be able to deal with the animals both in the field and then also in the future with kenneling facilities and all the legislation around that, biosecurity and whatnot. So it's been a challenge to find a local solution there, and obviously like everything else, we desire that if we could. So to answer the question, we'll take a hard look, and be willing to work with anybody that's interested, you know, but ultimately we do have to meet the bylaw and meet legislation, and so if we can't find that service locally, we'll have to go wherever we can.
Perfect, thank you.
No other questions about animal services? We'll move into FCSS. You know, no change for this year. You know, we aren't as involved directly with FCSS as maybe some of the other cost centers here. So if the councillor that is appointed to that committee has anything to add, but otherwise, from our understanding, it's kind of business as usual there.
Yeah, I think definitely the demand for their services keeps rising. I think a lot of things get downloaded from the province, and we have an opportunity to lobby the province to correct those downloads as well too. So I think that's something as a council we can do, and we can also make sure we create a stable budget for that well-needed service within our community. Councillor Swanson, I don't know if you had anything to add. Councillor Graham, please.
Mine is actually for the next one.
Okay. Well, then you got to your light too quick.
Yeah, so the next one, cemeteries, you know, some increases regarding, you know, a project we've talked a little bit about, the council in the past, which is our bylaw and cemetery master plan. As well, we'll be carrying forward some funds here from 2022 to do some surveying and pin laying in Nordegg, and then we also are continuing on with the development of Nordegg, and we're transitioning some of those costs as we help identify them into infrastructure's budget for the ultimate future build. So that's the work we got planned for cemeteries. I might have answered Councillor Graham's question?
I was just gonna, if we're asking questions, I was just gonna recuse myself, just because of the potential with the Nordeg build.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
if there's no questions, then I'm not.
Yep. There's no other cemetery stuff. We'll move into Parks and Rec. So we got a few changes regarding a replacement of a latrine style outhouse at Upper Shunda. We got a Bear Smart. We want to Bear Smart the fish cleaning station at Burnstick. We do have the ag rec study that we've talked about a bit in the past, to modernize it, update some of the dated information, and work with the community groups to right size or establish, you know, that the details and amenities in that study are still accurate to today's situation. And then we do have an ask for dust control for Cow Lake. It was pretty dusty on the access road into Cow Lake, and the amount of traffic now to day use the beach, but also with sort of, I understand, the store back going for a change, which is great economic development to have the campers going to the store. It just seemed like it was a bit of a tipping point this year, and of course being so dry. So we have asked to provide some dust control to the campground there.
And to change it up, I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. 70,000 for an ag rec study, looking back into that. That studies always are a thing that I would rather see money rather than going into study, go into a project. The studies, I'm sorry, like just gonna say it outright, bother me. Because I would rather see us do something rather than just constantly studying something. So while I know that that's information we absolutely need, I'm curious if it is $70,000 worth of work that goes into that.
We don't exactly know how much work needs to go into it at this point. You know, we do know we want to remodernize it, but once we bring that remodern project back to council, we're not sure what else you'll need to move forward. So this won't be just budget allocated to do that study or modernize the study. It will be to help council with any future steps this year needed. The original study cost about that, and that's why we're going to use sort of a different approach. We're going to use some similar consultants and contracts that planning have used recently for some of their major projects. We think that'll help manage this cost, but I agree they're expensive, but there's something we can't do in-house. We just don't have the time, and in a lot of instances, access to the technical data. And so that's why, you know, if we could do it in-house, they wouldn't be so valuable, and these consultants wouldn't, you know what their market value is.
Okay. Prior to that being executed, that whatever company goes with, does that come back for us to say, yeah, let's actually do it when we look at the terms of reference that is going to be going into that study, or not?
No, this wouldn't be a typical agreement. I mean, staff can ask for whatever they want to come back to council prior to distributing the funding, but typically this would be negotiated by the administration between us and the contractor that we choose to hire.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just comment, it's an important project for the community. It's been a source of note many times over the last number of years, and having current data and costing is very important when we're looking at an extremely expensive project, and we have to make sure that that's, I think, a few steps in the planning will pay dividends in having a facility that meets the needs of the community as we move forward. I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson.
In regards to the work in progress, in regards to the Cow Lake boat launch, I know we've upped that figure in 2022. I know we lease, is that part of the lease program from the government? Because I see in the next line, right, we lease the campground there. Because to me, if we're going to replace a boat launch on Cow Lake, which it belongs to the province, should there not be a granting opportunity to do that replacement because of the permitting surveys and delivery of, you know, some of that stuff? So to me, does it have to fall on the municipal shoulders, or should this be in partnership with the GOA?
Yeah, to about 2005, we got, so it's the same old sort of downloading trick that occurs. When they downloaded these campgrounds to us, they came with a grant. And that was great for 10-ish years, and then the grant got cut. Our leases were maintained. We don't have to take these leases, we could decline. So it's not like it's a must, they come up for renewal from time to time, but for the most part, there isn't grant opportunities for these things. We redid the one at Burnstick a few years ago. Yeah, it's onerous. We don't use consultants for the Water Act approvals, we do it in-house, so that keeps costs down, and it's a long process, but it's an interesting learning opportunity to do a Water Act approval and a good skill set for the county. So that's part of how we try to keep those costs down. But yeah, it feels like downloading for sure, like a lot of stuff that happens to us. But I think we could wait for a long time to get find an opportunity for a grant for this. It does provide, you know, beyond the reason why we do it here, recreation, there is some economic development and benefits, and yeah, those are the considerations when we take over these things with infrastructure. The infrastructure doesn't often need to be replaced right now, but they do in the future, and yeah, it's certainly a service level that council can look at if they wish.
Please.
Because there is a mandate letter that's out that says they want to double the rural tourism, maybe that's a grant through tourism that we can access because tours use the lake.
Yeah,
So-
this, still don't know the exact sort of criteria for the levy being collected from recreation in the West Country, Cow Lake's out west. So that's a new funding stream we'd look at. When I say we'd wait for a long time to get a grant, that's based on past availability.
Okay.
If there's something available in the future, we will be on it for sure. And I look at, you know, both those sort of signals that the one you suggested, but also, you know, the one that's been in place now with some revenue generated, and, you know, we still haven't seen a lot of disbursements there. So, you know, we're looking forward to potentially those opportunities, and this would be a project that I think could cover, but also some of the trail work we're doing as well.
Oh, thanks.
And I'll go to the member from Division 5.
Thank you, Reeve. This dust control at Cow Lake, is that going to be an ongoing cost? Or is it a one-time?
Yeah, I think it would be an ongoing cost like any other dust control would be. It would be through the county's program. We would work with Public Works and have that. This isn't a road that receives a ton of heavy, like industrial traffic. You know, there's no oil and gas sites or anything like that. Some of these campers can get a bit heavy, but for the most part, boats and small campers aren't too heavy. So we hope it will last a long time, you know, and be minimal maintenance, but ultimately it would be necessary to manage dust on an ongoing basis there because of the safety of the people accessing, but also the kids riding their bikes to the store and things of that nature.
Yeah. So we can expect this every year?
You can expect a dust control ask every year, yeah.
Okay.
And again, that does relate back to council's decision to go with one form of dust control, which really requires annual applications to be most effective, I believe, but I could leave that to somebody from Public Works maybe as a question for later on, but Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. That was going to be one of my questions, so I will leave that to when Public Works comes around then. I do have think it's important for me to take the opportunity to advocate for the boat launch at Cal Lake, considering it is in Division 1. It's not only important for obviously the lake access, but also any of our emergency services access to help with the recreational users. I really think it's important that we ensure that our equipment is then being launched in a safe place as well. So it's not just about the rec users and their equipment, but about all of our equipment and our brigade members that are responding to any incident out there. It sucks. It absolutely sucks that the province puts these down on us, and it's an important thing to note. But I wouldn't want to cancel that project to wait for the province to decide to step up and do something. If we did that, Ice Age may be here. So I think it's important for us to continue with that project.
Thank you, and I'd just say, for me, in the back of my mind is always public safety, and anytime we can avoid an issue in the future, I think it's worthwhile to place extra emphasis on public safety, and that's one of those things I believe that not only matches public safety, but the experience as people use the West Country and the recreational opportunities out there as well. So, additional questions, Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm just now just flip the page, and so line 61. So if there's a substantial increase, just if you can kind of break that down for us.
Yeah. So, in order to present the most accurate and best budget we can, we're sort of a little bit of finicking here and there. The rail trail is now under operating because we've confirmed very little to no work is actually happening on our property. It will not be our responsibility to maintain it. We are not the owners of it, but we do reap a significant amount of benefit recreationally and economic development. So it's been, to reflect those principles, it's been brought into the operating budget, whereas if it was on our property, then it would stay in the capital budget. And that's just a slight change that's happened this year to better represent that. And so, yeah, the rail trail is, 50% of the expense. We are identifying the revenue, the funding source as grant revenue, 50% from the county. No other questions with Parks and Rec. We'll get into community culture. No change here. Business as usual for the work we do here. No questions there. We'll move into recreation culture. We are seeing, some changes, as I alluded to in my summary for all three libraries. Libraries, they had a challenging time over COVID. There was a lot of need for service there when things are clamped down and, all of a sudden you got to work from home, but you don't have internet and things. And so it's been a challenging time. They've always had, challenge with staffing and the ability to pay staffing in a place where we compete with oil and gas and a lot of high value. So Nordeg's been challenged trying to transition, between a voluntary service and, bigger communities might laugh at that. You got a voluntary library? It worked in Nordeg forever. It's not working as well recently, and we're asking to at least move to a paid manager position. That doesn't mean all voluntary positions will be eliminated, but they're getting enough service now, and we've built that community and we've attracted residences, and so the library has seen that extra service request, and that's why you're seeing the request for staff now. So I'd take questions.
Councillor Swanson's first.
Just in regards to the Rocky Library, the $30,000 for the building, utilities, and maintenance, that the town builds. So we're on a 50-50 in regards to that particular building? Okay, just confirming. Yeah. Thank you.
And that's been deferred a couple times, I believe. So we expected this to come down the pipe, and it's an old building.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then the Deputy Reeve, please.
Thank you. back to the Rocky Library, this is a new charge to us, is it, for the county?
No,
The 30,000?
we've always funded the library. Now the additional request, I guess, is new, if that's the question.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do,
yeah.
Yeah.
The historic amount for the building maintenance has been 25,000 a year, and it's moving to 30,
okay, so it's not new, it's just an
No.
increase.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I think we can all safely say that libraries are very integral in especially rural communities. They provide way more than just access to literature. If I remember correctly, when we were talking about Nordegg, we were looking at potentially moving the library into the Heritage Museum building, if I'm naming things accurately. Perhaps there's an opportunity for some staff integration or staff sharing with that building and library. Is that an option?
We'll be looking at those efficiencies should that potential continue to move forward. And there's been some discussions, and that looks like a mutually beneficial opportunity, but it's not finalized. Those discussions are ongoing. And yeah, I think we'd be looking at efficiencies. That one's not jointly funded, so anything they need, we pay for. Any efficiency we help them find saves us money. And so we would be, very interested in doing those things.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have a question?
I did, but I answered it myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, good.
Which really means Rhonda answered it a few weeks ago.
So moving into transfers to support Rocky Mountain House operating. So I think ICC committee got a presentation from town staff regarding the budget. There are some new projects that they have coming up, and I think there's a bit of change from what we've seen in the past, not too significant. But I'll open up to questions.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. We have an agreement for rec with the town. How much of the asks for this year are outside of that agreement? Of the currently maintained and understood agreement?
Yeah, so the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park operating are outside of the agreement. Any capital asks are considered on a case-by-case basis as per the agreement. So any new capital asks would be would fall under that. The current agreement does not include the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park. So I believe that would be the answer to the question. Though we are encouraged to hopefully start a process to consider the rec agreement and possibly amend it. And so I know administration will be looking to have a meeting with the town early in the new year to start having discussions about a new rec agreement. And I think that will be a relief for administration if we can start that.
And I can just report that I sensed at those ICC meetings, I did sense a willingness to review those regional agreements that we have in place now. And I think work is already underway in discussion aspects of what is working and what is not working within those agreements. And I expect to see fruit born from that tree fairly soon. So I look forward to the future there. Additional questions?
Follow up, please.
Deputy Reeve, please.
It was my understanding that North Saskatchewan River Park was supposed to be operated on a recovery basis. Do we have any information, understanding that we are not the managing partner, any information to learn why that is no longer the case?
Yeah, we haven't really got that level of detail since the North Saskatchewan River Park Committee disbanded in the mid-2000s. Since then, we haven't seen a lot of that information. It always did operate without a operational deficit, unlike other facilities like the arena or the pool. It has started to operate with an operational deficit since the town took it over. But when it was operated by the anchor tenant, the Rocky Stampede and Rodeo Association, it did operate on a cost recovery basis for operational, though they did receive capital grant funding from the county and the town from time to time. So that's been our historical involvement, never operational as per the agreement, wasn't in the agreement, nor were we ever asked. Beyond possible sponsorship for specific, but we have been asked from time to time to fund capital, which we have done. The county has contributed to most of the capital there. Early on, we did not. Participate with the North Saskatchewan River Park for a while. There was some legal issues and so council stayed sort of out of the fray, but when those were resolved, the county's been partner on capital for most projects, including the most recent roof project.
Ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
The upgrading to the road and the trail that will be coming from the town of Rocky Mountain House to North Saskatchewan River Park is bore 100% by the county, correct?
That would be a better question for infrastructure,
Okay.
Mr. Hansen.
I just know it really helps to increase the level of service that North Saskatchewan River Park and the town users of that will be able to utilize, so I figured I'd ask. But I can bring it up during public works.
Yeah, and I think the road, the intersection, and the trail were all different projects, but that would be something to ask the Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you.
And I think it's a good, I'm not going to say lesson, but a good point that as we contribute to capital investment within the region, we can expect some operational costs moving forward with that. And I think that's important anytime we do consider a major capital injection somewhere that there will be associated ongoing operational costs. Councillor Radcliffe, please.
Regarding the recreation agreement that's currently in place, do we get financial information on those as well? Like as the operating costs and deficits that would just naturally be included in a new agreement for, that included the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park?
Ms. Sirhan would probably best answer that question.
Ms. Sirhan, you're on the spot.
Sure. We do receive invoices for each of the programs individually, so we would know, we get a kind of a breakdown of what the pool costs versus what the arena costs versus the splash park, and that sort of thing when they invoice us, yes.
And so similar to this detail or more detail even?
A little more detailed, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
As a past recreation board member, because I've just passed the torch, but anyways, I was a part of the draft budget on the rec board, the Rocky Rec Board, and what was noted at the bottom of the one that I was a little more questioning, and I thought this would come up at the ICC, and was there's an assumption made by our partner, and it's an assumption through the agreement that if we've done it in the past, we'll do it in the future. That's the assumption, we'll do it in the future. So in my second to last meeting, when the draft budget was presented in regards to the rec board, there was a note that said that, you know, the county agreed to budget 2022 and 2023 operations in regards to the splash park. And it was a note, and then that under the 2022 NRSRP, that the county, we did not approve in 2022, but that we would contribute in 2023. That was in the director's notes. So I understand the assumption that's coming forward. I understand that we are in a corner in regards to the agreement's not updated yet. It's coming. I fully agree with Reeve Lougheed that there is a willingness to redo the rec agreement. I will say that we do have a lot of our county folk that participate in activities in both those particular venues. So, if we want to do a 1 year again and say, yes, we'll do it for 1 year and let's get this agreement redone, I'm okay to do a 1 year, but I'm not gonna, we need to redo the agreement. So, I would approve it for 1 year, but I don't know if I would approve it ongoing, just so that until we get the agreement renegotiated.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And I do agree with you that we can expect an ongoing operational cost when we have done some form of a capital injection. And I agree with that on our stuff. That's where my agreement with that particular statement stops, because that the inferring of ongoing operational costs when we have gifted a capital injection, I'm actually offended by, to be straight up blunt, and I know we're being recorded, etc. And I know that our people utilize that service. I'm not saying that they don't. I 100% know that they do, that we all benefit from it. It's the assumption that I have a problem with. And it's the lack of our thoughts being put into some of these builds. An example being the splash park. Why are we not doing water retention and reusing that water to help the environment, and we're doing an ongoing operational cost that we are all of a sudden half responsible for, that was never a part of the agreement? So that's my biggest issue. In a few pages, we're about to go over a bunch of capital asks that are in the operational side, because it's not our asset, as was explained regarding the rail trail. And I worry that if we go ahead and approve the capital asks that are absolutely needed for that infrastructure, we are then also responsible for the ongoing operational costs that go with it. So those are just some of my concerns with this particular line item.
Thank you for that. And I think we've become aware that there are subtle differences between the asset management philosophy of the town and any of our regional partners. And so I think that's part of having an agreement, so we understand and find some alignment within those philosophies as we move forward. Definitely, we've benefited here at Clearwater County from having a strong asset management plan and being able to plan into the future and not being faced with catastrophic failure type difficulties from time to time here that maybe get presented to us more often in our regional partnerships. But I will pass the floor to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Okay, on that same topic, I see there's a line here that county administration has been seeking direction on paying. I personally feel that we shouldn't be paying any of these invoices unless they pass the same scrutiny as our own operation, like our own financial scrutiny, rather than here's a bill.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I certainly agree with you guys. We need to have an agreement made that is beneficial for both mutual parties, and both parties have a say, but I also think that it is of the utmost importance to maintain this relationship, because I don't want our county residents and our county residents' kids to not be able to take figure skating lessons and to have to drive to Sylvan Lake or to drive to Caroline because we can't get along. So it is, to me, it is extremely important we build a good relationship and continue to have a good relationship, and we have an agreement that we can all agree on, and I think we'll get there, and it's important to continue forward and continue on with a good relationship for our residents.
Thank you for that, and I'd just like to say too, I congratulate the town and in the trust they're building with us in the expectation that we will support those services for much as you've outlined there. And I think it is important to always look at the borders that are on our communities and the borders that are not. I think our community doesn't recognize those borders as much and really values the services offered regionally here. And so I think it's good to do the footwork of getting those agreements in place that help protect what our community believes is important services and help us move into the future. And I think ultimately for us as a council to be able to plan, we're all faced with the same challenges of balancing a budget, being able to find the money to do those things that the community expects of us, and also to keep the community a fun place to live too. So I think ultimately difficult, all municipalities deal with finding that delicate balance. So any additional questions? I guess I'll give a big thumbs up to Director Martinson, and he can continue through his presentation.
Next cost center is Caroline Recreation. So a bit of change here in two areas. One relating to some upgrading to the existing skate park, and then two, a bit of funding that we've suggested to set aside for potential increases to support building code upgrades and renovations to Caroline facility. Similar scenario that we're seeing in the community halls, changes in liquor licensing and size limits have, as well as importance of occupancy loading in COVID is sort of brought us real fast to a scenario where we're in a bit of a deficit when it comes to some of our facilities regarding building code. So we do have an architectural report coming. The inspection was done in this November, and so we expect that report to come back. And we're hoping that we won't need to disperse the full 100,000, but the large number that we have suggested to put aside is related to potential foundation changes needed to support a new door for access regarding both 4-H and the bull riding event that they do. And because egress cannot be the same opening that livestock come in, we need a separate egress spot at the back of that facility in case there was a fire or significant issue that meant people need to leave the facility. They can't be heading straight into the bullpen or where the 4-H calves are. So that is the two changes that are being proposed in the Caroline. The money for the skate park will be distributed with their regular budget ask, but the 100,000 will only be distributed when we know how much and what needs to be done for upgrading in the back where that door comes. Or anything else that might pop up regarding the code. And certainly the Ag Society Board has to decide their future. So if these are events they want to do and this is a project they want to undertake, then we would distribute the funding, at that time. Any questions about Caroline?
I'll go to Councillor Graham first and then to the Deputy Reid.
From reading the thing here, it says that we would do 90%. Are we actually doing 100 then in this case? When it says they're unable to cover the 10% for the skate park and the upgrades to the arena?
So the 90% only is relating to requests for outside groups. The village pays 10.
Okay.
Full costs for maintaining the facility rest with the Ag Society and their user-generated funding, plus their Ag Society grant or the county. So the village doesn't get involved with funding the maintenance or repairs in the building. They only fund programming funding towards outside groups. If that's clear.
Then the skate park is the $20,000. What is the cost share for that one?
Because they're an anchor tenant, that would be considered part of their infrastructure.
Okay.
So an outside group would be like a figure skating club that wants to, or sort of swimming. So helping the community groups go swimming, then 90% would be covered by council 10% by the village council. But anything brick and mortar-y related to their facility, and the skate park is an existing brick and mortar facility that's funded by either user fees through revenue generated by the Ag Society or a request from the Ag Society to the county for budget, like we see here.
Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was very similar, because yeah, it says the agreement says the county will cover 90% of operating and capital requests and the village 10%. And it's saying that they're not able to meet their 10%. Is this budget, again, reflecting of that we will end up at the 100% so that we're not running a deficit budget without even realizing it?
Yeah, in certain instances, and that is really old as well.
Yep.
You know, and so, but yes, we won't be in a budget scenario. We know what the village has been funding historically and what hasn't. So, and yeah, that's been a small operating portion of the outside group's budget.
Yeah. And the only reason,
Please.
thank you. The only reason that I'm not automatically recommending a rec agreement change in Caroline, like I am with the town, is because we're under that current process with an amalgamation. I feel that it'd be potentially a wasted effort. If the amalgamation study goes a different direction, then perhaps we need to relook at the rec agreement with the village as well.
Yeah, and we'd have to do a bylaw, because if the village doesn't exist, our bylaw really doesn't exist anymore. So we'll have to do a lot of change depending on what happens with those negotiations.
Is part of why we're seeing this in the operational section of the budget as opposed to the capital section of the budget, is that this would be, you know, essentially an operational grant as opposed to our own infrastructure or something that we would have an asset that would be measurable as opposed to just a grant for operations?
Yeah, historically, we haven't split out the Caroline budget like we do the Rocky Rec budget, which we'll see has sort of two components, operating and capital. Typically, the Caroline budget comes to us all sort of in one, and it's really all operating budget. That's why we have it sort of in this manner. So just sort of historical practices. The Caroline Rec budget's always been quite a bit smaller than the Rocky Rec ask, so maybe it's been palatable enough in its form to not have to do that split.
Okay, thank you for that.
The other difference is that the Ag Society doesn't do a lot of programming, whereas the town does a lot of in-house programming, so it's a little bit different. Now, over time, the Ag Society has been getting into a little bit of programming here and there, but generally they rely on groups, volunteer groups or user groups to do a lot of that programming, like minor hockey does the scheduling or so on and so forth. So they're really efficient organization, and there's likely few arenas that run with that small of an operating deficit. I mean, no arenas run on cost recovery or make money, but Caroline's got one of the smallest operating deficits in comparables that we've seen. So to me, that's a metric that you know, they manage a budget and their budget performs very well.
Excellent to hear.
Any other questions about Caroline before we move along? Transfers to Nordegg Recreation. Really no change there. This supports the golf course and Discovery Park, cross-country ski trails, their ice rink at the community hall as well. No questions about Nordegg. Got Dave Thompson Rec Board.
A question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah. Does the golf course operate at a deficit? And I was just wondering what all we provide there. The
Well,
clubhouse, I believe.
yeah, I mean, we subsidize the rent to the facility as well as we give them part of this budget item. So yes, the answer to the question, they do not operate on cost recovery either. They do not have a huge amount of permanent expense and overhead like the town of Rocky's rec department would with their staff and things of that. So it's tough to make that comparison because they're very much a volunteer group, but, no, they operate in our facility with a very subsidized rent, as well as we provide them cash every year for their operations. Now, they collect user fees from operating our golf course, and that's how a significant amount of their operations are funded, but they do get money from us, directly outside of us allowing them to keep all of the revenue from their golf course operations.
Okay, thank you.
More questions from Nordig. Let's scoot along to David Thompson Rec Board. Actually transfers to David Thompson, North Saskatchewan, and Raven Rec Boards. So we've added some $5,000 for each rec board to be able to recognize the approved projects that they've supported. So each rec board will have the ability to have their recognition applied to each project moving forward and all the projects that have been approved in the past. Administration is recommending that we add to the amount that's been in work in progress for hooking up the Leslieville skating rink pending the school being completed. That project's finally just about ready. So way back when council approved taking over the, and when I say taking over, I mean authorizing the rec board on our behalf to take over the responsibility for the skating rink power. In the past, it was a meter that was owned by the school division. They weren't comfortable with that anymore, and so the new move forward will be we'll have our own meter for the lighting for that skating rink. It will be the rec board's responsibility to pay the bills and whatnot, and ultimately that will be our responsibility as well. And so that's costs have changed, and so we've moved the amount to from work in progress into this year, but we've also added or recommending to add a bit.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. It's showing that the Raven has requested a carry forward into 2023. So then that would have them sitting at the 46,000 for distribution in 2023 as opposed to the 25 that every other rec board was to receive. I'd love us to have a conversation of what that looks like. Just with it, I recognize the need for the Raven Rec Board to have funding, obviously, and the 25,000 would be appropriate. And any extras, I don't want to see going into general revenue, but perhaps there's an opportunity to have any carryover from any of the rec boards put into a more centralized for bigger projects potentially. Maybe have that as an opportunity for the Clearwater Trails Initiative to be able to pull from that pool, or any other number of bigger projects. Perhaps that's a conversation for this board or this council to look at, rather than having 46 to 1 rec board.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, and then I may have a comment.
My question's in regards to the Leslieville skating rink. Yes, we did make that decision in the past to fund the new power requirements for that skating rink. I believe Fortis is our power out there. Is it an opportunity for this council to continue to lobby Fortis to help us with that, to partner as a community grant partially or whatever else going forward? Because I believe it's important to support our hamlet, but also support our schools and the children that are using that. So would that be a lobbying opportunity on behalf of this council, or is there an opportunity to apply for a community grant to help us lower that bill?
Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at, now that we know the project's going forward. Fortis is a good, often purveyor of grants in sort of community and environmental areas, so we'll take a look at that. And beyond the council's lobbying strategy, I'll leave that to council or the CAO to sort of take note of. Okay. Any other questions about
Deputy Reeve
boards?
Milhoff.
I'd really love everybody else to weigh in on what they think of Raven carrying forward and having 46 rather than.
Okay, I guess that's my turn.
Yeah, I'd love,
So there are,
love the
I believe there are some
conversation.
subtle differences between the three rec boards in that I think the budget is managed through ag and rec on the Raven and North. They don't have individual bank accounts, if you would. So for instance, the David Thompson Rec Board gets an allocation and it's up to the rec board to forward that allocation as the board describes here. I think it's left more of an administrative process based on application. So there is some subtle differences between those. Ultimately, I think I can agree, we'd love to see that money out and working for the community, but we are in kind of a transition where those communities are understanding there is a funding stream now and that they start putting the fundamentals of getting a project together and applying for that money through the board. So ultimately, I think we have defined that money as being useful to those communities. If they don't respond very soon with a project to match, I think then it would be worthwhile having that discussion if it's appropriate to keep carrying that forward. But right now, I would hate to see those communities that didn't get all the work, the background work that's necessary to price a project, create the application process where you're identifying the benefit to the community and then presenting that to the board or through administration of accessing that fund that's set aside for that. So that's just my view. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I like the idea. So the situation would be that the annual funding would be available to those rec boards and those communities, but that unused funds can go into a larger reserve fund for a more significant project that normally could not be accommodated by the standard amount of funding.
And
I think it's a creative idea.
thank you. Because my understanding is the previous council also had a carryover to all these rec boards. So even though we're seeing it as 46, it might actually be higher than that if Raven didn't use the year before's funding as well. So it might not be 46. That's just what we're seeing. It depends on how far, because North Saskatchewan, the one that I sat on, had a carryover from 2021 because the board had approved, or the council had approved a carryover. I just worry, are we putting a stop that at 50 grand you can no longer carry over, at 100 grand, 200, where are we putting the no longer carry over? And that's why I would like to see it in more of a bigger project communal pool type situation like I had recommended. So I don't know if this is something we need to bring back and have a more depth conversation about it, or if it's something we are saying, yep, we're gonna allow carryover right now. I don't know if now's the time or later, just because it's in budget already.
And I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. For the, just a little bit of a comment here. The rec board, when was that initiated? When was that, for the Raven rec board, when was that one? What year?
The Raven and North Saskatchewan rec boards were created in 2019. In principle, and bylaws were in place with budget in 2020. We started operating, providing funding in the year 2021, and then again here in 2022.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. And some of the there are a lot of residents and stuff that do have ideas and thoughts for projects to go ahead with it. But what I've sort of found is some people are still getting familiar with the process and how do they access the funding and the requirements to utilize those funds. So that's kind of what so it would be nice to see those funds be able to stay in the Raven Rec Board. Because I know that there are a lot of residents and groups that do have thoughts and ideas for, but still, because it is relatively new, learning the process and how to access those funds.
Yeah, and I think, that was the idea, when we discussed the ask or recommendation from that board to ask for this carry forward. We shared with the board that council may view this as over servicing. You know, if you're not utilizing the budget allocated, we've provided, you know, too much budget for that service. I think, you know, some of the things that the Raven Rec board suggested, that, as Councillor Northcott pointed out, there's lots of enthusiasm for projects, but it still seems like people are just finding out about us, where Rocky area, maybe we can communicate better, or folks in that area are looking towards our website and things more. And I guess that was maybe, if I could draw a difference as to why one was able to allocate funding, both of them, as you pointed out, you know, in the first year, and I think council understood, hey, it's gonna take some time to get our name out there and people to understand what we're doing. The second tier, North Saskatchewan had lots of projects allocated full. Raven, not so much. I would think if we're gonna provide this year, should be the last. I think after 2 years, we could say, okay, now everybody knows and there's not demand. I'm not sure, you know, it's a little bit farther removed from the mothership here, and I would, you know, my recommendation would be to allow the Raven Rec Board the opportunity to distribute the full amount, and in a perfect world, the amounts would be the same. I think if they don't, then the discussion is either reducing the amount or, you know, some other way. And I do think we can chat with finance and possibly bring some options back in the future about using surplus rec funding to fund restricted recreation surpluses. I just don't have enough background right now to say, here's a sample program or a process we could use. But that's something we could do moving forward and provide options at a strategic plan or something like that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe within that policy, there was a mechanism for review, I think, after a period of time. Was there not? Or?
Yeah, we have reviewed the bylaw once now, since inception, but it will be reviewed sort of on every 4 year, once a council term. So it'll come back again. Funding typically hasn't been in the bylaw or purpose of reference, because that's at council's discretion on a year-by-year basis. But how to deal with surplus could, you know, we hesitate to say we will provide this much budget every year, because that really ties hands, but we could maybe have language in those documents that talk about surplus.
And Councillor Swanson?
I agree with what you've just explained. I think that's a great idea in regards to having that review. I would like the funds to stay with the Raven Rec Board this year, but should it not be fully, should there still be a large amount of funds at the end of the year, it will be a different story for 2024. I think that the community, okay, they can get their feet wet, get involved with that, but yeah, it's like anything that's brand new. People need to have that little bit of opportunity to learn more. So I'm okay with leaving it with the Raven Rec Board this year, but at the end of the year, when we go into the next year's budget, if there's a large carryover, we really need to re-examine that particular board.
And I'll agree with Councillor Swanson. There needs to be a certain period of time for the organization of these projects to develop and have that assurance that there is a backstop of money there for them to do those projects as they organize and look forward. I'm looking to Tracy. Are we ready or? Okay. So I think it might be, I know we only have a few pages left, but I know there's many questions even on a few pages. So shall we break for lunch then and be back at 12:50? Does that work? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on with Ag and Community Services, and I'll go to Director Martinson for that, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lougheed. Believe we finished off on transfers to support Rocky Mountain House Recreation Capital. So we see bit increase for this year due to some pretty large infrastructure upgrades, HVAC for the aquatic center, filters for the pool, dressing room upgrades and modernization account for a significant chunker, about 85% of that. The remainder going towards washrooms for the splash park, bit of upgrades for the skate park and tennis courts as well as MSRP. So those are projects slated for potential town capital. Questions?
Go with Councillor Cermak first, and then
I'm just interested in the town, they have 10 capital projects. Is the pump track included in that 10?
No, so they
Good.
haven't made a capital.
Thank you.
They haven't made a capital ask for the pump track as of now. And I understand is that they are planning on doing work for the pump track, but they are utilizing funding sources outside of making an ask to the county.
Okay, thank you.
and Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Similar to my question regarding operations, how much of this is outside of the agreement? Is that the 363 or the 224 listed here?
I think technically all of this would be theoretically within the agreement because this is capital. The agreement does state the capital request will be made on a case-by-case basis to council. So my interpretation would be that everything within here. Now, again, no new capital asks are coming with any discussion around operating. So I feel maybe like that's sort of the premise of the question. I think, there's an assumption that operating, might be covered if we cover capital. I think, our historical perspective hasn't been to assume anything. If that might be something in the future, we'd like to know about it. We'd like to have at least some understanding of what it could be or what options are out there to mitigate future operational costs. A lot of these projects are replacement within existing facilities that the county has funded quite consistently.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please, and then I'll go to Councillor Johnson.
So the splash park washrooms, that's a new capital ask, so that would be a case-by-case basis of whether we fund that or not. The dressing rooms, that's a new project, that's not one from previous as far as I'm aware of. Same with the skateboard park extension, NSRP upgrades, tennis court refurbished, like all of these go back to the word inferred, and assuming that we fund capital, meaning we're going to continue funding operational. Do we know what the ongoing operational costs for splash park washrooms and the dressing rooms will be if we do fund those capital projects?
No, we don't know that. There will be some new operational costs regarding the washrooms. That's a completely new situation. The change rooms, I really doubt there'll be really any, if anything significant operational there, just because they're already there cleaning and doing those things. Tennis courts, we traditionally have not paid operational as it regards to them. They're not within the agreement. That's sort of what we know of what might be coming down the pipe in the future.
Were we aware and therefore prepared for the catastrophic failure of the pool systems?
We weren't aware of them. It isn't our job to be prepared. The town is managing partner.
But if we're responsible for paying 50%, our asset management plan has us saving up for projects that are this extensive. or at least that's been my experience with our staff when we're doing asset management. And I would hope then that our partner would say, hey, in a few years, the pool filters are gonna need to be done, and it's gonna be a quite substantial project, and then we could prepare as the partner for it as well.
Yeah, no, you're correct. You know, something that large, we would typically prepare in some format. Now, we do see the town starting to embrace and build out their 10-year capital plan, similar to us when we move to that. So I hope that that can be a solution to some of these surprises. Certainly, that's what we would encourage.
Thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I believe this is where some of the misunderstandings have happened in the past, because in the operating agreement, it does state that every capital project should have its own agreement. So the fact that there is no agreement surrounding each of the capital projects does make for some assumptions that are made and misunderstandings that happen. So I think administration's recommendation would be that we have a capital agreement template that we could use for capital asks going forward. And that way, you know, if it is something like the pool needs an upgrade that we've funded in the past, and however that looks, that, you know, we would say we would continue funding operating, but any new asks, there should be some description in there as far as what would be expected moving forward from the partner as far as operational costs go. So that would be something we would like included in the negotiations when we renegotiate the rec agreement.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I just want to acknowledge that the rest of council, not being on the rec board or part of the ICC, that we've seen these numbers personally and before, and we might have seen them in the strategic planning back in September. But in regards to the pool, there was a notation made that part of the HVAC system that needs replacement, there was going to be an application for a grant applied for in the new year. So we could see as much as 50% savings on that, which would be great on our part. But I do agree with Deputy Reeve Malhoff in regards to the arena dressing rooms, because it was said that I feel that's outside of the scope, because that is part of the town's doing a feasibility study on their town hall, and that would have been in conjunction with those dressing rooms as part of that. So to me, I'm not prepared to go to that until they've finished their feasibility study, and then go about it that way. And I understand too that there is some outside funding sources that are willing to be a part of that as well. So we're not taking on full 50%, but we are taking on part of that. In regards to the skateboard extension, what I've come to learn over the last couple of years is that over COVID, that skateboard park is getting more and more used. It is a social, much needed socially for the kids. So I'm okay with funding that extension of the skateboard park. I think that's very important. In regards to the washroom addition on the splash park, I have to agree with Deputy Reeve Malhoff, and I wish we were part of at the table for that decision. I think we could have maybe mitigated some of the ongoing issues in that particular area that we could have assisted with, you know, having another couple of heads at the table to talk it over and in that regards. So for me, it's just I'm not for the washroom addition at this particular time or the arena dressing room addition at this time. If we're going to go that route, just that's where my feelings are on that.
And Deputy Reeve Malhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. One of my other questions with regard to North Saskatchewan River Park upgrades. It's showing here that it's a $50,000 project for each of those, and that there is a grant associated with this, but yet only the grant is reflective of their portion of this, not reflective of the total cost of this project. So that should be 25,000 left over divided by 2, not us covering 50% and a grant covering their 50%. Or am I misreading this particular line item.
I don't think so. I think that's how it's maybe reflected to me. Traditionally, that's not the case. So for instance, how they've, represented the HVAC, you know, there's potential, grant for that. And that grant would come off the top and then it would be the remainder that would be split, so.
That would be the hope.
That would be, you know, the way things historically have done, so, it could just be a bit of a miscue, possibly with North Saskatchewan River Park.
Well, the same can be said about the sand filters. It's in the exact same position where it's a $700,000 upgrade, $350,000 coming from grants and $350,000 coming from county and none coming from the town. So I'm not comfortable with any of that. Not that I don't think we should be supporting rec. I want to make that perfectly clear. My people, I use it, my family uses it. I'm not saying that we should not be supporting these programs. It should be actually fully laid out of how we're supporting these programs. If a grant is seen, it should be seen by both partners, not by one. Unless I am misreading this.
I agree with you fully. I think any granting type opportunity should be removed from the total of the project, and then consideration of regional commitments within that based on those agreements. And where not, I guess it is based fully on the trust that the town has in Clearwater County as being a great municipal partner. Councillor Cermak, and then I'll just go to Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, as a councillor in the Clearwater County here, I have a real problem that they say 10 capital recreation projects and the cost is $363,500. Now they must have details on each of these projects. Why can we not see those details presented before we make a decision? I mean, when we have to make a decision in our county, our administration gives us the details and the breakdown of each project that we're doing.
And I think there may be some additional information that's being passed down the line for you that would, that's, you know, we have sizable documents, of course, so.
I can give you some background.
So this isn't just given out to everybody.
That went to, the document I just passed you went to ICC, and it's got the breakdown of projects. I don't think that all of council was sent it because it was sent to the ICC members, but that'll give you a little bit of an idea of some of, like that whole document we went through in ICC. So I figured I'd pass it down.
And I believe administration would be working with the numbers that ICC perused and had recommended to bring back today. And that would be, I believe what's there is probably a larger breakdown of what those numbers are, if that's helpful.
And my notes.
Ms. Serhan, I know your light's been on for some time.
Yeah, so I think that the town has always included the county's portion in any grant that they've received that is outside of like their MSI grant. I think probably the only grant that they have ever noted that Clearwater wouldn't have been getting a share of would be their MSI grant, because we also get a MSI grant, and if we chose to use that for our portion, we could do that. So I would think that would be the only grant that they would be showing that they wouldn't, that the county wouldn't benefit from 50% of that. Any other grant that they've gotten for any other capital projects, they've always taken that amount off first and then sent a bill for the remainder.
Thank you for that. And that would be my expectation, that really anything that was project specific, a grant that would be project specific would hopefully be resolved within that project. So, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So their version of MSI, Community Support Grant? Because that's what they have listed here as the granting for receiving that is covering their portion, based on the ICC documentation that they gave us anyway. I don't know that grant. Okay.
That would,
I think it's just a little confusing on how they're reflecting it, because at the end of the day, their request for our cost share will be $363,500, which is our share of $1 million worth of forecasted work. So I don't believe that in that number, they're putting the grants above our cost share. So I think it's just in the ICC documents, they were a little bit confusing that way. But at the end of the day, their ask of us will be $363,500 to do that roughly $1 million worth of capital work, 1.1. So just sort of considering in that realm, can't have us paying more than 50% after the grants have come off. So that sort of suggests that the municipal contribution will be around, 700-ish, and the rest is coming from grants outside of the county. Municipal meaning our combined portion, town and county.
Okay, because yeah, on this documentation is showing us at 1.1.
Yep.
As our cost share.
No, their ask of us at the end of the day will be $363,500, but we're showing $1 million worth of work total.
Okay. So just very confusing.
I know, yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's not. This isn't your fault.
And again, I think there's always a difficulty in aligning one accounting structure with another, one projected budgeting structure with another. Hopefully we can work towards an alignment. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Martinson, I just want to clarify, the $363,500, the reference is to 2022 in that.
Right.
Is this a carryover from last year's budget notes? Maybe we need to follow up on that.
Yeah.
Is that a typo on the year then, or, sorry? I'm just looking from I think what Mr. Hagan was referring to, the paragraph where for 2022, there are 10 capital recreation projects. The town is asking us, that certainly wouldn't be 10 projects in the remainder of 2022, or?
No, I think it was a typo for the 2022. 10 capital projects are for this year with the HVAC, filters, dressing room, splash park, skate park, tennis court, NSRP. They didn't do that many capital projects last year because the budget was only $284,000.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Even in our documentation, it's showing the ask is just under 1.1. Even in our documentation, it's not 300 and something, it's 1.1 even on our paper, on our end. So it's not the 300.
Well, I had certainly circled the 281% increase.
Yes, I have that highlighted in pink and circled and.
Those are some of the key things that I do as I scan through the page, and anything that has, a 10% increase catches my attention, or 20% really gets my attention. A 280% increase, then I have to understand that. So.
On the ICC paperwork, it shows the town contribution of $684,000 and our contribution of 1.084 million. So that's not even 50-50 just looking at the sheet, even if we were considering this was a 50-50 share. I think there's definitely some work to be done on this particular line item.
It looks as though we'll probably need some additional clarification on this particular area. I think just to make sure it's a sizable part of our budget for sure. Anytime we're talking $1 million, you got to watch those $1 million marks.
Yeah, so I'd recommend maybe that we note of that and kind of address this in the down the line here through the process. And
Sure.
in that meantime, I'll get some answers to some of those questions and try to bolster this information the best I can.
Sure. Additional questions on this item? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Will we be giving a recommendation on this particular, on ag and community services independently? Because if we're doing that right now, I would not be comfortable until this information comes forward prior. Just looking for process at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to understand that as well.
We'll have it come back as an item either tomorrow afternoon or Friday morning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, additional questions? Does that bring us to the end of the operating section?
Yep.
Okay. And then are you going to continue into the capital section, or?
If it pleases you, I would like to.
No, absolutely. I just not 100% sure on the format,
Yep.
whether it was dealing with operating and then, but please go ahead.
Thank you. We have brought capital budget to strategic plan in the past, so if it's okay with the committee, I won't go through it page by page, project by project. I would just refer council to the summary. And we have two components in our summary. We have the equipment replacement portion. So we do have some equipment that's slated to be replaced coming up in this part of the 10-year capital plan. Is there any questions about the equipment listed there?
Notice council's just looking through their notes, and we'll see if anybody has any questions.
Doesn't seem to be any questions around equipment. Oh, Councilor.
Councilor, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you. No, seeing that I'm normally the one that instantly goes for questions, we had the opportunity to look at this at the Ag Service Board and go over it there, and it was, we literally went item by item by item, piece of equipment by piece of equipment, and I'm very pleased with how Ag and Community Services was able to lay this out and do their best to kind of put it throughout the 10 years so that we're not surprised. They try to lay it out really well. I know that you guys had some difficulty with equipment, getting some equipment, so there might be hopefully none of those issues again this year, but I mean, we don't have crystal balls, unfortunately, but thank you.
So the next part of our budget will be
Councilor Ratcliffe has a question as well, before we move on.
Okay, the first item, 333 skid steer, is that just one unit?
Yeah, so that's one issue that we replace every year. You'll see when you look at the funding sources, the majority of that piece of equipment is funded through the residual value of the old equipment. So I believe the actual cost to the tax levy on this item would be $8,000, but the entire worth of the machine is $110,000. So basically, the trade-in value of the existing machine is $102,000 plus the $8,000 cash we give them. We get another machine every year.
Okay, that looks a lot better than.
Yeah. And that's
this
just
looks.
strategy we use for funding or showing the true value of that. I mean, we could just put $6,000 in there for Bobcat, and then you'd go, really? You're getting a Bobcat for $6,000? So it shows you where we're using the equipment to leverage the next one. You know, other equipment doesn't have that sort of process to fund it because we're using all the residual value of that equipment up, so there really is nothing left of it. So it's just to show you that that's a strategy for replacing equipment that we use within the budget, and we use different strategies for different equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Cermak, please.
The Gator, is that a replacement or a new unit that we need?
That'd be replacing one of the three that we operate now.
Okay. And one other question about the explosive magazine.
Yeah.
Where is it kept?
It's kept at one of our gravel pits north of the county.
So you have to go and check it every day, or do you have security?
We have security, and that's what this cost is relative to. We'll have to upgrade our camera and monitoring system.
And that's okay for explosives?
It's by law, we have to.
That's all you have to do?
That is what we have to do, yeah. We also have to have physical check intervals.
Yes.
They're a lot less than having the 24-hour, and it has to be monitored. So there's a monitoring company that essentially watches the cameras, and if there's any security issues or natural damage occurring to our dynamite magazine, and then we get a phone call, and then we'll deal with it. And this is legislation now.
Yeah, because $6,000 for an explosive magazine is very cheap.
Yeah, you
To look after it, that should be about 4 times that cost.
At least, yeah, for a type 2, for sure. Yeah, no, this would just be for the upgrading the cameras, for the monitoring company to keep an eye on it. We should be good. You'll see in 2031, we reflected the replacement cost of the actual magazine, and there's a number that's more reflective of what a type 2 magazine costs.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I was gonna say that it was my understanding that it was downstairs, right underneath the Division 6 Councilor's chair.
No, I was just alarmed at the price because I know what it costs to do that. And I take my hat off to Ag to looking after that and getting a really good price. And I'm okay with it sitting underneath my chair. I've done worse things than that.
You're always in a unique negotiating position when you're the one that controls the explosives.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah.
And in that line of thought, I'd have a short question before I go to Councillor Swanson. I noticed you had spoken about the replacement schedule for the skid steer. I noticed the 6145 John Deere tractor looks as though it's going to go into a pattern, something like that in the future, but it's not now. Any expansion of that concept? I know that the farm tractors used to be under a program that was kind of the same as the industrial equipment. Is it moving into that good deal status again?
There's another door back for that. I don't want to set any expectations, okay. But that we don't know if it'll be as lucrative as the last arrangement we were in. But the door's cracked. There's still lots of discussion to have. Okay. But if we can get back onto one of those scenarios in the future, that would be ideal because it levels that burden out. And where we're at now on a 3-year replacement schedule in about 3,000 hours or so, they take a significant depreciation over that time. And we're replacing things like tires and doing full oil changes, which include all the hydraulic oil, several pails of hydraulic oils, thousands of dollars.
I hear you. Councillor Swanson, please.
Under the job summary, it doesn't say, but in the full thing, it's under your equipment. But anyways, it's the Rocky Interconnection Trail. Yep. Do you want to speak to that first before I ask my question, or can I ask my question first? Totally up to you.
Go ahead. You're right there.
Okay. I guess when I look at it's an assessment and study that you're asking for, and in a way, it's much like what we're doing down with the North Saskatchewan River Park in that same realm. This almost falls to me a little bit under a rec agreement because it is a recreation use to use the trail system. Has this subject been broached with our municipal partner? That's my question.
We've had a brief discussion with the town to date to gauge feasibility of the project. In our opinion, the project wouldn't be feasible if we couldn't connect the historic park to the Crimson Lake Twin Lakes network. So we've spent more time and effort engaging our colleagues in those organizations. So we haven't had more detailed discussions with the town as we have with the provincial and federal governments that represent those agencies. From our perspective, there is an opportunity to interlink with the town's network, potentially through the North Saskatchewan River Park or through either the west side of town or the north side of town. There's access to town trails both there. To us, that wouldn't be a make or break for the project. The project could still go forward to interconnect the provincial and federal networks. And really that's what spurred us to kind of do this feasibility assessment. So there will be future discussions with the town potentially if that's the direction we want to go. There already is a bit of a informal connection between the historic park and the town network, though it does require the use of county road to make that connection. So I guess that's happening anyway, and we've had discussions around that link as well.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Going back to the gator and possibly the mower, I was approached by the Nordday community some time ago about being able to acquire some of this equipment. Do we have a policy for that, and that sets a residual value for any of those potential transfers?
So there's no formal policy, but there's lots of historical practice. So when we have a piece of equipment that will no longer meet the function of our department's needs, but might meet a lesser severe use sort of scenario, we look at that. So first priority is to look at other departments within this organization that might need a gator. In the summertime, our gators go out every day. They work 10 hours. They need to be ready to go. Other departments might use a UTV 20 hours a year, but it's still important for them. So in that scenario, one of our hand-me-downs might be fine for Public Works or for a different department. So that's where we'd look first. We'd consult with the directors of the other departments if they would have any use for a surplus piece of equipment, just like other departments do, and we take hand-me-down trucks from the CPOs or maybe an old water tender from fire or something like that. After that, we look at community groups that provide service on our behalf. So an example of that be in the past, the Ag Society in Caroline has taken one of our hand-me-down mowers. They look after quite a bit of grass on behalf of the community with their ball diamonds and Southeast Rec Grounds. So we dispersed equipment to them. If we're dispersing equipment outside of the organization, that requires a motion from council and typically a letter from the community organization that I bring to council with a recommendation whether or not this piece of equipment is able to go that way. We would consult with our fleet supervisor to make sure that the equipment's safe and can meet the needs of the community. And if all those boxes are checked, we'd recommend to council that they surplus that equipment to a community group. So if you have community groups that are interested, having them send us information about what they would might be interested in, what they were going to use it for, and how it would benefit the community. That would be the first step, and then we would evaluate that. And if we have equipment that meets that criteria and that could be available, we would come to council with that, and you guys would make that ultimate decision.
Okay, great.
Otherwise, if we do not do that, the equipment that we replace goes to public auction.
And the question from Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Looking at the Rocky Interconnection Trail, this is a study for the trail, not necessarily the completion of a trail, and this goes back to my why study it when we can put that money to building it. I don't know why we need to is this like for engineering of the said trail, or is it to see if we actually need said trail?
This will be for routing and preliminary design and any preliminary permitting we do to construct in the future.
Okay, so this does go directly towards getting that constructed?
Yep.
The groundwork for getting constructed,
Yep.
okay. I just was like, I don't want us to study whether or not, like,
No, we've
do it, let's
we've
just do
done
it.
our feasibility work already, meaning we've talked with the two key partner agencies and essentially said, would you be interested in this? Because they have the existing networks, that's why this is an interconnection, which means there's two existing networks, one over here, and we would be connecting the two, interconnection. Both these, to make an interconnection, both these have to say yes, otherwise it's not feasible, it's just another dead end trail to either one or an island trail in the middle. And so without the two saying, yes, this is a great idea, there really isn't a project or a project as we're laying it out. We've had those discussions in this past year. Myself and the Director of Infrastructure have had several meetings, and we obviously dealing with people in the same scenario as us, meaning we don't have the final say. Both those agencies, the provincial and federal government, there's, you know, things to run up flagpoles and political processes, but the folks that are in charge locally were communicating to us that they support it and that they would move that along and that they would likely suggest that we would get overall mothership approval from either the provincial or federal government. So that's how we've gauged feasibility. So that end of it's done. We feel it's feasible. Now it's get some lines on some maps, find out, you know, where the wetlands are so we don't have to pay wetland compensation and can avoid them, or find out where the farmland is so we're not impeding on industry, you know, all those things, and get some design so that we can be tender ready at whatever point council chooses to move forward with it.
Please.
Awesome, thank you. Is it not true that that trail is already designated, it's just not built, it's already, the right of way is already there?
There's portions of it,
Okay.
but not all the way to the historic park. So there is portions closer to the Crimson Lake and Twin Lakes end of the network. There is some right of way there that's already designated, already informally used. When we get closer to the historic park and farther south, there's no designated trail, though that process has been made quite a bit easier through the Trails Act. There's also some road allowances, you know, that we certainly have some influence over that could be utilized, but no designated trail.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the capital? I just maybe want to clear up some potential confusion moving forward regarding Leslieville Recreation Grounds. So the money that we've budgeted for this is relating to the small kids playground that we discussed upon community consultation. There was some discussion about sort of splitting the playground and having the larger kids playground closer to the ball diamonds and soccer fields behind the new school build, but the younger kids components being closer to the hamlet proper for community supervision and public safety perspective. So what you'll find is that moving forward, the proposal for 2023 regarding the rec grounds behind the school are going to be in Director Hansen's infrastructure budget, but and that is, you know, will be proposed to move forward with construction. For the small kids playground, there's still discussions to be had with the community regarding potential partnerships and locations, and then some work to be done on consultation regarding design and features. And so this budget amount includes a bit of future work that might not even be identified yet because we still have to sit down with some community groups. School division, you know, the school's done now, footprint's done. We can have another discussion with them about options. Also, the Elks are a really important community group to Leslieville. We haven't had enough of a robust discussion about them now that plans have changed a little bit. And then there's other opportunities within Leslieville that we have to do some investigating on. And so this amount will allow us to potentially make some decisions and moves this year so that we can be prepared to build next year. You know, council may have, you know, some work to do with administration to build a little bit of a vision for that project once we do some community consultation and key partner consultation.
I'm gonna go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. There was a suggestion to include in this recreation ground, you know, a discovery park format that would make it a destination for outside the community even. Is that something that's being considered?
It's not necessarily something that would be considered in this context. This was regarding the replacement of an existing playground that was taken out during the school. Yeah, I think, you know, if that's something council wants to look at, we'd certainly be happy to facilitate that discussion, but it would be much grander than what we have been thinking now. If we're gonna do a water park in Leslieville, there would have to be an awful lot of consideration done to the water system there, which doesn't exist. Everybody's on water wells there. We do have a communal wastewater system. That would have to be looked at, certainly outside of my realm, but that would be quite a bit larger. And if we wanted to do that in conjunction, meaning not do this playground while we look at this other option, it would be years of study, and it would hold up the young children from having access to a playground.
Okay, I mostly wondered if it was being discussed in discussions around the community. Yeah. It was one of the topics.
Not a question we've asked. Something that hasn't been included in our consultation today.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Eve. I believe it was brought up during the area structure planning conversations in Leslieville, or at least that's what my understanding was. I was unable to make it there, but I've heard that it has been talks in the community, which is great to hear. And I really do hope that this means that we can, if at all possible, I'd love to see some ground broke on this year. And I know that that's a huge ask, but I know that I pushed Public Works in Nordegg last year on something, and I'm gonna do the same thing to you now, because they don't have a playground in that community. And I really think it's super important that they get one. So I'm gonna do the same thing to you. I'm gonna push you to try to, rather than just studying this and engineering this, let's try to get some ground broke on some of this stuff. And I know that that's a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, if conditions allow for that, we'd be happy to. I get the same calls from the mothers with young children in the summertime as
Right.
well. And I mean, you know, I sympathize with those. You know, I hear enough about someone's buttercup, you know, but yeah, you're only that young, your summers are long, and you want to go to the swings. And so it's been 2 summers now that this community hasn't had an opportunity. So you know, if you're 2 years old was the last time you played on the playground in Leslieville, you might be 4 before the next time you get a chance to do that. That's half of a child's life that they haven't had access to a playground for. So, you know, that's significant, and we want to address that. And so certainly if we're in a position, we don't want to get ahead of the community, and we certainly don't want to build in something that they don't want. And but we do very much value the access issues, you know, and changing that for that community.
Well, and I'd love to have us have more conversations about the destination rec services in Leslieville. I think that would be amazing, and I'd love us to have more conversation at strategic planning meetings going forward in 2023. Right, you're the guy that speeds it up, so we'll see.
Any, sorry, Councillor Graham, please.
I was at the area structure plan thing. That was not brought up in my group, but they did bring up this playground for sure. And one of their concerns was accessibility to it, because when it's behind the school grounds will be locked. Is that being addressed in your plans?
So access to the
playground, because
behind the school.
Yeah, because from what their understanding is that you're gonna have to walk around and go up the road kind of a thing, but then there's no sidewalk there either. And there's also, if it's an entrance that's further down from the school, there's not a crosswalk there, and then there's no sidewalk to get there. So if there would be a sidewalk installed or another crosswalk installed and everything, so it's safe for kids.
Yeah, so my understanding will be if the school decides to add that level of security to the rest of their school grounds, it won't include the part that has the arena on it and that side of the property that will allow us access to the grounds back. In fact, there has been some thought or discussion about a little bit of a bike or walking trail between the road along that south side near the arena to get us back there. But it never was my understanding that anybody looking to access either the recreation amenities existing on the school or the ground that we would be locked out of that. And we would work very stringently to make sure that that wasn't the case, because I don't want to see anybody in the community having to go all the way to the north, hit our road, and then come all the way past. That just doesn't work well, and was never part of the discussion. So I hope that was maybe a misunderstanding from that resident, because my understanding was there would be unfettered access to all the recreation amenities that we've invested in, which includes that arena. We're talking a little bit more about it today, about lighting and stuff. So I would expect if they were going to lock portions of the school out, it wouldn't include that, and it would give us a corridor all the way. But I'll follow up with school division leadership and make sure that we're getting sort of ahead of that.
Okay, thank you. And I have lots of things about trails and Leslieville to bring up in the new year too, so look forward to that.
Okay, Mr. Hanson, did you have something you would like to add? I see your light burning brightly.
Absolutely. Well, good morning, council. Just going to give Matt's voice a break here for an easy minute. Just in regards to the Discovery Park concept idea for constructability in 2023, I guess I would only urge that if council truly felt strongly about it, that you would budget funds to support the build like that. So we wouldn't come back unless that build was to be vetted out in 2023 and construction in 24. In order to properly fund a project of that magnitude, we would need to know that we had funds to count on as through this process. So if you had a dollar figure in mind to put toward a project like that, I would suggest that be added to the budget line, because contingencies shouldn't be used for that type of project halfway through the year if we really truly want to get it off the ground. So from a conceptual budget idea, I'm not sure what anybody had in mind, but that should be added to the budget at this time if it was going to be added.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then back to the Deputy Reid.
My question is more on the dollars that are put forth. So we had an amount for 2022 and then a little smaller amount for 2023. Is that an adjustment? Did we use the full amount in 2022 and now this is built on?
Regarding the Leslieville schoolwork?
Leslieville Recreation Ground.
Yeah, so initially the work that we did last year was preliminary engineering designing for the ball diamond soccer pitches and playground, big kid playground that's going behind the school. That will be presented in Director Hanson's budget for construction in 2023. Now this number will include planning, design, figuring out area and land, but maybe we can break some ground and do some initial dirt work for the younger kid playground in Leslieville proper or closer to the hamlet. And I will try better next time to distinguish between the two because they are causing some confusion, and I apologize for that.
Follow-up?
Yes, please.
In regards to what you've presented here as far as the littles in their stuff, it would not necessarily be on that same property that we have at the back of we're gonna do that distinctly is what I'm getting from you, yeah. Correct? Yeah. Okay, so with that, we have you're looking for a partnership versus we don't have existing property that could, within the hamlet, that could potentially host that?
Yeah, we did an evaluation to see if we had some good MR property. Being that that's an older developed community, there wasn't a lot of MR kept. So we're looking for partnership, not only for property, but also long-term maintenance and being able to keep an eye on it. But just like any project, we're looking for partnerships in any format. If you can help us with the consultation, we're happy to have you. If you got money to support this, we're happy to have you. If you got a chunk of ground, we're happy to have you. If you got a great idea, we're happy to have you. So, yeah, partnership across the board, but you're kind of right on the right track as far as what some of the priorities would be for those partnerships.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Hanson, I would love to be able to say, this is how much you have, go do it. But without, I don't own a playground company, so I don't know what that number would even look like. So unfortunately, for transparency, I think it would need to come back, have a budget adjustment, and have us do it that way if we were able to speed it up and do it this year. I would love to just be able to say, here you go forth, build what you will. I don't know that I can actually do that. Sorry. But I hope you can do it.
Okay. Additional questions relating to the capital? Everybody's went through all their notes? Mr. Martinson, anything you want to highlight?
That's it for me. That I've been through the operating capital. I will be back to follow up on the town capital portion. But otherwise, that's all I had planned for today. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? One last chance before we let Matt off the hook for now. Okay, great. Thank you very much for a terrific presentation and then entertaining all our questions. That brings us into 6.1, which is emergency and legislative services. Let's take 5 minutes here as we transition into the next stage. So a 5-minute break back at Welcome back, everyone. Before we move on with emergency and legislative services, I'd be looking for a motion to table the Ag and Community Services presentation until we receive some further information. Councillor Swanson, any additional discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. That motion, or that item is tabled in the interim. And I would welcome our emergency and legislative people. And I will turn the floor across to Ms. Hager, please.
Thanks, Tracy. Good afternoon, members of Strategic Planning Committee. With me today, I have Sergeant Terry Miller, our Peace Officer Manager, and Chief John Leatis from Fire Services. As the committee will recall, during our departmental overviews and orientations, we talked about the Emergency and Ledge Services Department and the 4 sub-departments within, which is Emergency Management, Fire Rescue Services, Community Peace Officer Program, and Legislative Services. We're also the budget area within Clearwater County that provides operational grant transfers to other emergency service organizations, and that includes funding the RCMP, both operations and administration, STARS, Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue. Again, Emergency and Ledge Services focuses on public safety, infrastructure protection, intermunicipal collaboration in alignment with many provincial legislative acts and codes. Both Emergency Management and Fire Services do fall under regional partnerships, which the county is the managing partner, and agreements are in place with those respective municipalities as to the service levels and budgets within each of those areas. So if council is okay, I'm going to jump into just the highlights from the operating budget for, I'll start with legislative services. I think that was the first one in the binder. And within the legislative services section, there are 3 categories: general, elections, and subdivision development appeal board. For 2023, the service levels remain constant, as do the expenditures for the bulk of the department, that sub-department ledge services, with the exception of reflecting those annual merit increases to salaries and benefits, as we talked about a little bit earlier. The one highlight I will mention in the general part of legislative services, you'll see that the intern revenues are received in 2022, but they'll be utilized over the 2022 and 3 calendar years because the program runs from May to October of 2023. And administration also consolidated some of the previously placed revenues in amongst the department into this one category. So that's really the only anomalies you'll see within the legislative services budget. Do I need to go into any further detail on legislative services? There's no election this year, and SDAB had 0 appeals, so we haven't really spent any of the money this year. It's one of those categories where you spend it as you need to. So we left the budget the same. All right.
Not seeing any questions.
Next up, emergency management along with emergency service transfers. For 2023, emergency service transfers to other organizations, we kind of bulk all of the transfers into that one category. So I'll break it down so council is aware of where those transfers are going. The sharp increase in that category is related to the police funding model, which is regulation based. We started funding that in 2021, and that's for a portion of RCMP costs for our community. From 2022, which was $675,000, we see an increase to $900,000 in 2023. So that's just over $200,000 increase there. And that will again increase next year and then stay flat in 2025, topping out at about $1.35 million by 2025. So that is the bulk of the anomaly within that area. The other one is Clearwater County funds Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue in part through operational grants provided, and then direct funding of insurance for their buildings and equipment, as well as the basic maintenance of their fleet vehicles that are listed. And we have that as part of an existing agreement, council may recall, reviewing about a year or so ago. And the operational grant request for 2023 is the same as it was last year, which is $50,000. Plus, they wished for an additional $20,000 for future capital replacement costs. So because it's capital, but it's operational for us, that's why you see it in the operational budget, because it would be their capital, they would own the asset. So they'd like to start putting away a reserve funding for their capital cost replacement. and then an additional $40,000 to do something similar to what we did with our AFRAX radio lease program. And I believe that was 10 handheld units and 3 mobiles for that $40,000 a year cost for AFRAX radios. That's an additional $60,000 over what we would have seen last year's request for search and rescue. And that vehicle maintenance and insurance combined is about $16,000 a year. So we have typically spent $66,000 and it's $126,000 this year. Okay, next one is the school resource officer budget that I've increased by $25,000, and that's just in anticipation of additional costs related to the RCMP's collective agreement changes. We didn't get a number specifically, but when I asked the RCMP approximately how much do we think that should increase, that was the number I was given. Those positions depend on who they have the seniority of the people that they're filled with. So it does fluctuate. We've never utilized the entire budget area for that. But I think that's a fair number to add. In 2023, Victim Services is not requesting any funding, and that's typically $10,000. That's a savings in that area. And again, the only other real significant increase within the emergency management and emergency services budget lines are that extra $225,000 for the police funding model. And I'm going to leave it at that, I think, for emergency management and transfers to other emergency services organizations. Any questions before I keep moving?
Councillor Melhoff, please.
This is one of the ones that I had highlighted. You already kind of touched on a little bit with there's no existing agreement, as it was just determined by resolutions. Is there a need to create an agreement there for the 2.5 FTE for the town of Rocky Mountain House? Do we need to be working towards building an agreement, or are we good with just resolution?
And that is the RCMP, the admin staff funding, which is separate from the police funding model.
Yes.
That would be up to this table if that's something that they wished us to seek out, certainly. And it's one where there's no agreement that says we fund it forever. I would, of course, encourage if we were to make a change to that, that we would provide ample notice to our partners in which we fund that, including the detachment and the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay. Perhaps that's something we can take a look at a strategic meeting going forward, just so we have a better understanding of, like you said, the perpetuity of that current funding model.
Okay. Absolutely. We're good to move on. I got the thumbs up, Reeve. Okay. Next one, we're moving into fire services. We'll start with Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services. And as this council is familiar, we have an intermunicipal collaboration committee that meets to discuss the fire services budget under that regional agreement. They met in October and reviewed the 8 program areas that you'll see within your binders. Those 8 program areas are administration, training, response, personal protective equipment, apparatus equipment buildings, fleet maintenance, health and wellness and prevention, which are all detailed in the package today. There are no service level changes for CRFRS between last year and this year, as those are outlined within that intermunicipal agreement. And as per the agreement as well, the ICC took a look at the operating budget, and if the following year is equal to or less than the current year's operating budget, plus the amount equivalent to an estimated municipal price index for the next year, and we use the City of Edmonton's MPI for that, municipalities shall agree to recommend to their respective councils and approve the operating budget. And so the City of Edmonton's forecast for municipal inflation for 2023 was 1.55%. That was before many changes in the market, commodities, international relations occurred, because they do their forecasting a couple years ahead. So that could change, but unfortunately our budgets don't change retroactively. And the ICC reviewed in detail the fire services budget and endorsed the operating budget before you with that 1.55% increase year over year based on the MPI. And the county's portion of that operating budget for regional fire services is just over $2 million, or 77% of the total operating budget. net of expected revenues. And the revenues you'll see listed throughout, and it is a little bit confusing because the binder says they go up or down, and it's based on the percentage. And in 2022 to 2023, the percentage changed from 23.25 for the town to 23%. So it looks like the revenues are going down, but they're proportionate to the expenditure, if that makes sense. And so the revenues from the regional cost share is just over 600,000, and then other revenues are 180,000, which would be invoices we send out for motor vehicle collision response calls, essentially. That budget has been usually well over that $200,000 mark annually, but we like to be conservative in our expected revenues. And hopefully the number of motor vehicle collisions goes down, and that number can go down too. Anything from a regional fire perspective before I move into WUI? I just wanted to stop there.
Not seeing any, there could be a question coming. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I'm a little lost here. Going, because I don't recall finding it through the rest, but is there on the operating summary, the 4-year plan, it's 710, is that a revenue or an expense?
So
Fire rescue services,
4-year plan.
261. The first one.
Revenue.
So we're making money off PPE?
No, and that was what I was trying to explain, obviously didn't do it very well, was that the regional pays 23% from our partner agency, so of the overall cost. So to kind of share that revenue into those cost centers, it's a proportionate program cost. So whatever the total expenditure is divided by the total revenue anticipated, and it's kind of split amongst those 8 program areas, although we're not collecting revenue for PPE, it's what our regional partners paying for their 23% of that total expenditure program area. Does that make more sense? And the reason why the revenue went down is because their percentage changed from 22 to 23, from 23.25% to 23 as part of the agreement.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I apologize that that wasn't as clear as it could have been. Okay. And then we have, keep going, okay. And then the next portion within fire services, so the county's fire services budget, will see this included, is the Wildland Urban Interface. And that is, as you will recall, we talked about it not too long ago in April when council endorsed a 3-year provincially grant-funded program, which will run from April 2022 till March 2025. The operating costs for the additional 3-year WUI program expect to be fully covered by that $1.5 million grant we received over that 3-year period. And just for interest's sake, the expenditures are slightly less than that $500,000 per year. So finance only lets us recognize the revenue that's equivalent to the expenditure. So if there's any money left over, we end up giving it back is the idea. I think that's it in terms of fire services, unless operating, and unless there's any other questions.
Seeing none at this time.
All right. Last program area with an emergency and ledge services operating. This is the Community Peace Officer Program. Again, for 2023, those service levels and staffing remains constant with those minor adjustments for salary and wage merit increases associated. The program follows the strategic plan in alignment with overarching objectives of infrastructure protection, which Eric will be talking to you about next if we get up to him today, in terms of the capital budget discussions. As well, we focus on the safety of the traveling public with that program. CPOs are appointed by the province's Justice and Solicitor General. I think they have a new ministry name of Public Safety, if I'm not mistaken. And the CPOs undergo and maintain extensive training in legislative, tactical, and practical training in order to become a peace officer within Alberta and to maintain their certification. So this budget accounts for their time on the road as well as their professional development and training to keep up those certifications. Any additional cost of the program, there's some increase slightly into some of our contracted services, just to closer to the actual cost of those service provisions. And that's all I have for peace officers, unless there's any questions.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I know we were a part of a pilot program to deal with secondary, or, yeah, I believe it was two-digit.
Primary highways, yeah.
Yeah, does that continue, or
Yeah,
is that stopped?
So it's still continuing, but what happened during COVID was they actually enabled other municipalities that were interested in doing the primary highway program. So it's not really a pilot anymore. It's something that's kind of went out to the municipalities to allow them to have access to it as well. The little bit of time that we were on it prior to the other municipalities coming on, they've proven that it's definitely a need in most of the municipalities that have had it. So, and it's very, very successful in our municipality as well. The speeds and stuff are absolutely ridiculous that we're getting, so.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I was at a conference recently and they were discussing the changing service level for peace officers throughout the province. Many of them doing the SRO programs and or now carrying sidearms, or the conversation of potential arming of CPOs. Are you anticipating any of that coming through in 2023 and potential need for a budget adjustment, or is this going to be strategic planning and potentially 2024 conversations?
Which part are you talking
The
about?
SRO and the conversations that are apparently happening regarding arming our CPOs with sidearms, because then the
So-
training and service level change would come with that as well.
We, Christine and I, have chatted about the SRO program, and because of the year out, we were just gonna leave the program status quo just based on some of the information that we've received through council. So it's still, I do believe it's still in conversation, but that's gonna be a service level review change for council to look at. As far as arming the CPOs, and you may have heard today, legislation, security guards are being armed or looking at being armed. There is nothing within our world right now that is pushing that way. The push has to come from the municipalities. Unfortunately, we have 125 or 130 different employers with one overarching sort of body being the Public Safety Emergency Services Ministry now. So those are things, if that was a want or a need, another council strategic planning meeting, that's something that can be discussed. But right now, there's nothing that's been pushed forward from our perspective here, or even, I mean, lots of them want it, and a lot of municipalities that we did chat to have said that they were gonna move forward in discussions with it, but I haven't heard anything from a government level with regards to that at this time.
Perhaps that's something we can bring to a strategic planning meeting going forward, so that we can know whether we should be at the RMA tables having those conversations as well, so we can get on the same page as a municipality what is best for our own interests going forward, if that would work for you as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and just to reiterate what Terry mentioned, the direction we had from council for the existing school resource officer agreement with our partners, the town and the Wild Rose School Division, was to proceed with negotiation for a new agreement based on the existing agreement in the same structure, you know, with modest changes perhaps. So that those meetings haven't happened yet. So once those do, we'll certainly bring that component back to council for discussion again. And in terms of the sidearms or tasers or things that peace officers can utilize, even if they're allowable from the ministerial level, it would still be up to each municipal jurisdiction to determine what would make sense for their service. So just keeping that in mind, it could be allowed at the provincial level, but each municipality could choose to do it differently, if that makes sense.
I'm looking forward to the SRO conversation as well. You do have the opportunity to have those meetings. We've at different conferences discussed numerous different SRO models throughout the province that I think could potentially really benefit our community as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thanks. Any more questions? Anything wants to go?
Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I have a question.
Sure.
On page 277, fire rescue services training.
You bet.
Our projected expenditure is lower than budgeted, but for 2023, there's about a 100,000 difference. It's just, so is 2022 an anomaly?
And it was likely because we didn't host a larger scale training session that we would have planned, and probably some holdover from COVID training that we weren't able to attend earlier on in the year. The one anomaly in there that I'll also point out while I'm looking at it as well is that we decreased the labor expenditure and increased the contracted services. And that was just simply from a financial standpoint. When we enter those dollars into our systems, they have to go where they are. And we put in the funding for it under staff development portion of that area. Mileage, meals, and memberships essentially are the categories. And some of those certified training are delivered through a contracted service provider, a third party. So those are actually contracted services. So that's why you'll see contracted services going up and salaries and staff development going down in that area. But in terms of the projected, I would have to take a look because I believe the ideals for paid on call firefighters would be at that full complement of about 110 firefighters. So if we don't have that many running through our training programs and attending weekly training, that can make that number fluctuate. But we'd like to budget as if we were at full complement in all of our stations.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't see any further questions?
All right, that's it for operating, and I'll move into capital.
Please.
If I may. Sorry, stop hitting this. All right. So moving into the emergency and ledge services capital budget, there are no capital expenditures under the emergency management or transfers or legislative services department for the 10-year plan. The bulk of capital items for emergency and ledge services are for the fire rescue services, and again, have been previously reviewed by the 3 partners in the regional service at their ICC in October. The ICC reviewed and approved the capital budget that you see before you. Again, as established in practice in the last few years anyway, larger apparatus, you will see a 10% deposit in their year that they're ordered, with payment of the balance and delivery of that apparatus in the following year. This doesn't always happen that way, but that's how we are budgeting and intending to pay for those apparatus. So with that being said, apparatus that are ordered in 2023, they will be expected to be delivered by late 2024 or early 2025 or mid 2025. It just depends on the build times, and some of the last quotes we've received have build times at over 600 days. So it makes it fun for finance and the audit team to go through and say, well, did you actually spend that money this year, or are you going to roll that over? And because the funding comes out of reserves, that just doesn't come out of the restricted reserve until it's spent, if that makes sense. But we need the dollars in the budget to make sure that asset can be paid for whenever the invoice and the unit is received. All of the capital and vehicle apparatus replacements, as you'd expect, meet the thresholds for replacement in the county's fleet and equipment management plan. As well, the replacement schedules that you're familiar with, that you've seen within the fire service master plan, most recently at our fire orientation a few weeks ago. And I think the committee is well aware that the intermunicipal services agreement for fire service speaks to the cost sharing of capital items, and that the county funds the capital contribution of 100% for the stations in Nordegg, Leslieville, and Condor, and as well Caroline, and then 50% of the Rocky Station's apparatus, the large apparatus. So of note for the capital budget, which I'll go through, I have 3 highlights I'd like to, and I included that in the cover as well for the agenda item. Unit 912, which is the Wildland Urban Interface trailer, that was previously approved in 2022 for a life cycle replacement, And when Fleet went out to try and purchase that, it exceeded the expected budget. As such, of course, the purchase was deferred because we didn't have sufficient budget to replace in 2022. The expected price is $30,000, and we've put that into the 2023 capital budget. This is 77% funded by the county because that one falls under the headquarters regional cost share. And that was also endorsed at the ICC level. Any questions? Okay, Unit 302, which is a fire tender unit for the Caroline Station. That was previously approved for a life cycle replacement to be ordered deposit in 2022. Again, the costs received after the ICC meeting, which was since October. We weren't able to get quotes for this truck earlier in the year because the manufacturers had closed production for the 2023 year, and now they're quoting for 2024 production, and they weren't going to be willing to do that till they knew their prices in the fall. So we weren't able to actually get any quotes on large apparatus till the fall in some cases. And again, combination of those commodity prices, exchange rates, supply availability have driven up prices astronomically, really. And in consultation with Fleet Manager and the Fire Services Admin, as well as the Apparatus and Equipment Committee, that purchase was deferred in order to request Council consider a new proposed budget of $770,000 for this unit, which would be a $77,000 deposit in 2023 and the balance in 2024. The original price for this was $620,000, so it is quite a jump up in price. From what I understand from Fleet, they recommended that amount to be able to be certain that we could actually order the truck in 2023, and still expecting it to fall under that amount, hopefully closer to that $700,000 range, but it's hard to predict. The prices are going up every 30 days. So the longer we wait, the more we seem to be paying for units. And in this case, it was supply availability for that quoting. This unit is 100% county funded. So although the ICC didn't have this information, this one is something I believe we could bring back as part of the next ICC process and as an FYI, as it's 100% county funded. Any questions? Nope.
Seeing none.
Okay. Next unit, Unit 600, this is the brush engine for the Rocky Mountain House Station. Again, it was approved for a deposit in 2022, and then at the time of drafting this 2023 budget, again, those costs seem to exceed what we had budgeted for. However, we went back to the table with Fire Administration and Fleet, as well as the Apparatus and Equipment Committee, to try and further refine that spec and then find a supplier that could fit within that budget, the existing budget, already approved budget, that $410,000. So we were successful in doing that, and we actually put an order in for that truck in November. So this was created right at the same time this was happening, if that makes sense. So because that unit has been ordered, this would be a one for you to mark down, Rhonda, in terms of a budget adjustment. So for 2023, we'd be looking to adjust the budget up from what I have noted in the budget binders at $55,000, which would have been a deposit for a $550,000 truck, to the balance, which is $369,000. So 2023 adjusting up $369,000, and then therefore 2024 removing the $499,500. So I can give you those, Rhonda, after if you need it. And so these adjustments essentially revert that budget for Unit 600 back to the originally approved amount for 2023, which was $410,000. So we're confident, and we have ordered and put a PO in and paid the deposit for that, so that truck will be under the $410,000 budget or at it. And this one is a 50-50 funded unit with the Town of Rocky Mountain House. So that, again, that cost of that unit is going to be in line with the original budget. And the last program is the Community Peace Officer Program. Again, consistent with previous years, we have that general capital that's to expend it as needed. Sometimes we spend it, sometimes we don't, on smaller items like radios, cameras, radar, scales, or electronics if they meet their life cycle or new technology is required or it's an unplanned replacement. So, and then Fleet in terms of units for the peace officers or fall under Public Works operations. So that'll be a question for Scott and Kurt tomorrow. All right.
Councillor Swanson, please.
The one on page 224, the pickup truck. Just question in regards, that's 100% county, and which station will that be? It's a pickup truck. Where does that?
Leslieville, 108.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's where
that
it
truck
goes.
would be going into the Leslieville station.
So 100% county.
You bet.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was regards to Unit 203, Condor, so it would be FRS 014. Originally, I was under the understanding that those two stations, Station 10 and 20, were fully complementary. Does this still fit that response model, or will you now have an 03 unit out of both Leslieville and Condor?
Be a technical question.
Chief Liatis.
Thank you, Reeve, and Deputy Reeve, great question. Could you elaborate just on that question there? Sorry, just so I can answer it
So
correctly.
this 203 unit,
Yep.
is this going with the entire response model that is Station 10 and 20, still fit within the same service model that it was previously, or does this change that service model? Because this is now strictly a rescue unit, or is this the heavy rescue that was originally used to pull a trailer with all the blocking? Is that what's being replaced here? Or is this now a rescue model that it would be taking the place of what was the original 103? Because I didn't think they were supposed to both have rescue units. I thought they were supposed to be full complementary stations. Now that may be my misinterpretation.
If I may, I'll bring Deputy Chief Stewart in for this one to give a little bit of background insight on that one and probably give a little bit more of a clear explanation on that one from the past history to what our current game plan is going forward there.
He could have my chair.
DC Stewart, please.
Reeve and Council, thank you very much, Chief. To answer the Councillor or Deputy Reeve's question, this is complementary still. So we've actually, with the purchase of the 108 unit that was just spoke about, we're going to lose the rescue in Leslieville. That truck won't be there anymore. So we'll be down to one rescue unit between the two stations. The frontline engine will be stationed in Leslieville at Station 10. That's the new 101 that was there. And then the frontline rescue will be stationed at Condor, which is 203. So it is a heavy rescue unit. Essentially, it's going to replace the light rescue truck and the heavy rescue trailer right now that currently pull all that blocking, cribbing, and the Paratex struts that you're familiar with. So we're actually also, by the purchase of this 203, going to go down from a truck and trailer to just a truck in that station and repurpose that trailer instead of buying a new trailer to replace the trailer for the side-by-side in Leslieville. So essentially, we're losing the rescue in Leslieville. Yep. We're going to be adding that medical first response pickup truck in Leslieville. We're losing the light rescue and the heavy rescue trailer in Condor. We're going to a single apparatus to do both, essentially at a Condor, complementing that we have one frontline engine, the side-by-side, the brush truck in Leslieville with a tender, and then Condor will have the wildland engine, the heavy rescue, and the tender. So that will be the complement between the two stations.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification, because with an $800,000 unit, I just wanted to confirm that we were not somehow changing the service level in the eastern part of our county. So thank you for the clarification.
For sure.
Yeah, even tenders are going to cost in that range here right away. So I appreciate the question.
Additional questions around the capital budget? Anything further you'd like to highlight?
That was of the stuff that we had to highlight in terms of changes. The 10-year capital plan sets it out year over year, and then the ICC goes through it. So unless there's any other questions, I think we're good.
Sure. Looking to Tracy Lynn, what do we need a motion moving forward out of this? Just receive for information? Okay. I'd be looking for a motion to receive the emergency and ledge services for information. Councillor Graham? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Appropriate time for a break. Give us 10 minutes plus 1 minute out of restricted surplus, so we'll be back at 2:40. Well, welcome back, everyone. We move forward on our agenda of the day, and that brings us to item 7.1, and that's Public Works Infrastructure. And we are joined by Mr. Hanson, or Director Hanson, and I'll turn the floor across to him.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, committee members. Quick shout out to the finance team and my team as well for helping to compile this budget, and I look forward to any discussion here today. My operating is quite short. There's only two operating cost centers in the Public Works Infrastructure budget. This is Public Works Administrative Support and Facilities Operating General. So I'm going to get right in. I'm going to really just focus on the highlights for 2023 in both these operational cost centers. For highlights for 2023 for the administrative support, revenues are associated with industry permitting and application fees. Industry permits are trending up, therefore the budget reflects a slight increase. As council may recall, recently approved a increase in our permit fees there a month and a half ago, but that won't be reflected for another 6 months. There was a 6-month waiting period for that increase to come into effect. In regards to staffing, we've actually removed a senior admin position in Public Works overall. We replaced that with an admin assistant. So Public Works Infrastructure has one admin assistant, Public Works Operations has an admin assistant, and we removed the senior admin. Doesn't really reflect a big difference in the labor line item there, but because the labor has been increased slightly to the salary review. Contracted services, which is directly attributed to the cost for the permitting. So as we discussed there again a month and a half ago or whatever it was, there would be an increase from the permitting contractor. There was an increase in that service, so that therefore there was a slight increase for the contracted services. Again, not reflected well in the numbers because in 2022 as it compares to 2022. So need to bring it to council or this committee's attention about the $128,000 that was allocated in 2022 for the paving of the Condor Community Hall. So that money was actually imported into 3200, which is this operating cost center, and that money actually needs to be carried forward into 2023. So the $128,000 is not, there's no budget impact on the bottom line for what the overall project cost is, yes, but how it won't increase the deficit, I guess, at the end, because that money was not spent in 2022 and needs to be carried forward in 2023. So I apologize for that. It was identified late in the budgeting process that money wasn't reflected as being carried forward in 2023. Really, there again, Public Works Admin support. It provides the services for all the legal contracted services, staffing for all of Public Works, infrastructure and operations. And is there any questions on that operational cost center?
Don't see any questions. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, there's been some reorganization around Public Works, and which makes a lot of sense. I'm not clear where we are with total manpower. Now, has it stayed the same? Have we added people?
In Public Works, no. So we've reallocated. So we've added into infrastructure a capital projects technologist, and I believe operations are just hiring a single supervisor to replace that position.
Okay, so we're flat as far as manpower goes.
Mr. Emmons?
If I may, we have the possibility of going up one. We are not flat. We did take the position from operations over to infrastructure, but we held that position open in operations as well. Just because with everything changing coming forward, potential amalgamation, bringing on with waste, the settling there, some of the agreements up in the air. So there was one position held, Councillor Ratcliffe, but not filled.
Okay, so we may go up one to fill that position.
Okay. Is that position then held in budget somewhere?
Yes, it is. So the way in budget it would reflect is a new position in infrastructure, given all the responsibilities put over there. And then the position in operations was held. So budget-wise, it would show a new position in infrastructure. Reality is, a position went with those responsibilities to infrastructure, and a position was held over in operations.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any additional?
I have another question.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. Regarding the utility increases, this is for facilities that are directly related to broadband. Why wouldn't we want those in with the broadband operating costs so that, you know, we would have an idea of the total cost of running that system?
Yeah, it's an absolutely fair question. That's it's my next actual cost center. If I can, maybe if we just conclude the admin support project line, I'll just maybe give you a summary of that, and I will address that question when we get into the facilities part of my operating. Again, I got two very small amounts there, so I'd hate to take away from all the glory in the first one. We're jumping right into the second one, which is okay too.
Let's have the glory.
Councillor Cermak, please.
On page 131, in contracted and general services, you were at 360 in 2022, and now we're at 237 is what you're projecting for 2023. Why the big decrease in contracted and general services?
Yeah, so that was to do with the majority of that $128,000 that was the Condor paving addition into that contracted services. That number needs to be carried forward into 2023. That was the error, I guess, that I wanted to bring to your attention in the beginning.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional comments or questions? Please continue on.
Okay, so facilities, this cost center includes facility maintenance and operational for all county facilities. So let's break that conversation open about broadband right away. So our philosophy is anything that's county owned, which this broadband, the central office located in Rocky, the Nordegg point of presence, the Martin Shop point of presence, those are county facilities as they sit. So that cost center is reflected in the facilities operating cost. If in the event that or the desire of this committee that those items want to be reflected in a different way, be happy to do that. But this facilities operating has always included all county facilities, and as far as we know, those are county facilities. It's a little bit different with waste. We are still transitioning from the waste, solid waste, because they were held under the waste authorities. So a lot of those facilities, actually those costs are reflected with them. But the idea would be to transition those eventually probably all to county facilities, county owned, to just basically clean up all those cost centers to better reflect, better basically consolidating those costs together. With that, so it also includes.
Sorry, Ms. Serhan has a comment too. Sorry that I missed your light.
Yeah, so I just wanted to maybe expand that just a little bit more. So there's always a pros and cons to everything, right? So if you have one department kind of managing facilities, it just makes more sense that they would have all their costs together so that they could do a better job of figuring out how much they're spending on power and how much they're spending on different things and keeping all of their costs together. But then I guess the con of that format is that those costs aren't reflected in the service that's being provided. But again, it's just like fleet. Like, do you take Scott and have him manage budgets across all of the different departments, or do you let him manage his budget in one spot? So, I mean, there's more than just facilities with this dilemma, I guess.
Mr. Hagan?
I'll just briefly add to that as well, is that we do strive to attach the most directly related costs to the program that's being offered. So the directly related cost to the central office for broadband will be captured under the broadband network. We see these as more indirect costs in terms of heating the building and lighting the building. As Mr. Hansen said, we pay for those costs for any one of our facilities. Might come into a decision down the road that if we ever had room, say in this building, that we could accommodate that central office, might make sense to give up that building and move everything over here. The operation would continue, but we'd lose that overhead over there. So that's essentially why we do that, is to support those decisions down the road.
And from my perspective, I appreciate that administration tries to find those efficiencies within the organization. There's many things that we wear more than one hat, and I don't think the intent of council is ever to have it down to the exact penny on those things that we share within the organization. We don't need to count the paper going one way. We don't need to count the thumbtacks and who used the washroom or any of those kinds of things. So there's certain things I think that just we do on the basis of efficiency and yeah, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Graham, your light's on.
I have nothing to ask, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. From a staffing perspective, there's no changes in there. We have our facilities coordinator and our facilities assistant, 2 full-time custodians, and like those services there again are shared over all of our county facilities, as well as contract custodians where it makes economical sense. And our operational costs are spread over 26 major facilities. So when you see all those costs rolled up, that's really just 26 major facilities is what we're currently maintaining through that line item. So one other highlight, I guess, is that we just had a renewal on our natural gas service provider. So as council may be aware, the committee may be aware, our natural gas is tendered through the RMA, and we're good till about 2025. We've seen a slight rate increase, which only equated to like $1,500 increase over this year. So we are locked in with that price for electricity and gas. So we've seen a slight increase with both those utilities, but it was good foresight for previous councils to take advantage of that RMA program, the 8760 aggregated gas and electricity program, because that gives us a lot of protection right up till 2025. Once we get there again and it's tendered again, we'll see. But it's provided us a really good, puts us in a good position.
That's great news. Thank you.
So revenues, just as a reminder to the committee, that's associated with agricultural industry leases on county-owned properties. Also includes 50% of the Rocky Medical Clinic, as well as Nordic Ambulance Service in the Nordic Public Services Building. Generally status quo is what we're projecting for our revenue, with a small decrease. We don't have a renter for the North Acreage currently. It was last used by part of the recruitment process for our fire chief. So it's great to have. We don't have a tenant lined up right now, but it's been a great opportunity for adding to that attraction, retention, kind of a bridge for a new staff member coming into the community to offer that up and have that available. So it's been good for that, but the decrease is associated with not having that rented out probably for 2023. On the expenditure side, so we do have an increase outlined mostly in our contracted services next year. Ambitious retrofitting all county facilities in Nordic there with natural gas when it becomes available. So that might be third, fourth quarter. Don't have to remind this committee about the commitment to Rocky Gas, which is great to see natural gas coming up into the Nordic area. Hopefully we'll see with that actually a reduction in some of our gas costs in the future, but that's yet to be seen. Right now everything's serviced by propane. Environmental testing and remediation plan for the old Leslieville shopyard. There again, we discussed this at the last committee meeting, how it's been identified as a property of interest for Alberta Environment. So we are doing what we can to provide test results to them and then coming up with a remediation plan. So we have allocated some dollars next year for the next couple of years for that, because there's no way, if there's something that is found there, we need to set up a proper plan, and it's not going to all be done in next year. Additional solid waste facility maintenance, you know, it kind of comes back to that idea of this, the segregation of different facilities, or the, you know, do we actually aggregate them all together? We do assist solid waste with some of their facility maintenance because we have the professionals that do that type of work. So we have there's a small amount in contracted services for facility waste, solid waste maintenance. Nordic Heritage Center, we're still conversations about the relocation of the library, what types of infrastructure that would require. And as we discussed on our Nordic tour, the installation of the cedar shingles. We do have a freshly signed lease agreement with the operator for the Nordic Church. So that's, when I say library, I meant to say the church has the cedar shingles, and then the museum or the Heritage Center actually has this with the renovations to do with the basement and the possible library relocation. There again, on the tour, as we've seen, we have some concrete exterior work on the Nordic Public Services building there to repair due to settling. And then one thing that would be new from the strategic planning session is the Nordic contractor staging, that $30,000 that we identified for the staging area for contractors working in the Nordic area. That's actually an operating expense, not a capital expense. So we've now moved that cost into operating to be better reflected in a financial world. So that highlights most of the items in the facilities operating budget line. Any questions in that regard?
Councillor Cermak.
Number 5, how old is that Nordic Public Service building?
I believe we constructed that 2011, 2012.
And it just settled now?
No.
Oh.
It's been a long-standing problem there we haven't addressed for a while. It's also tied to the fact that we've of course tendered and awarded the parking lot paving. So we want to make sure that we have that whole front entrance there repaired. Yeah, it's settled over time. It's been busted up for a while, so it's been on the list, but now we want to get after and get that repaired.
Yeah, because I mean, if you do 100% compaction tests under your footings, that should never happen. I've done lots of them.
Yeah, no, and unfortunately, Mr. Emmons maybe wanted to speak to the construction of that, but you're right, it shouldn't happen.
No, for sure.
Mr. Emmons, would you like to add?
Well, truly Eric's more qualified in this area than me, of course, to speak to it. The location of that building was 100% bog, and it was slab on grade. There was a lot of base prep, and you're absolutely right. But it was a muskeg hole it was constructed in. So it presented challenges right out of the gate.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm sure I ask this every year, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask it again. I'm always very curious how road construction admin is in capital and not operational.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so any of the staff costs that are directly attributable to capital projects and construction, we capitalize and amortize those costs over the life of the asset. So there are several staff that only work in construction of capital projects.
Okay, so then it's possible to actually do that rather than when they do both.
Right.
It's not as easy.
Right.
Okay. Like I said, I'm sure I asked it last year, but it still confuses me every year.
That's all right.
How you can capitalize a person.
Any additional questions on the operating budget? Well, I guess we carry on.
Perfect. Yeah, and just one last one, I guess, Councilor Cermak, you know, we do learn from our mistakes. You know, we look at Condor, we look at Leseville, and they're doing good so far. Really good. So, and we built it on a high piece of ground as well. So that's a good start. Well, thank you for that. The operating, it's short and sweet. So we'll dive right into capital. With the chair's permission, I'd like to actually move gravel road rehab to the end of the discussion, just so we don't break up the meeting in the middle. Of course. If we could do that, that would be great.
That's super.
Facilities capital. There again, nothing new really in this in 2023 that we haven't discussed at the previous strategic planning sessions. So Nordegg, Condor, Leseville Public Services Building, paving in the front parking lots combined with other paving in the area. As we all know, Nordegg Public Services Building is actually, that project's been tendered, awarded. That is going to move forward in the spring. Yeah, and with the Condor Public Services Building, we're hoping to combine that with the Condor paving there. So we're still, maybe I should preface all this with the transition that we are doing with capital in Public Works is that right now, Public Works Operations will be bringing the operational capital for discussion and presentation to this committee. Whereas in 2023, that will be the transition period for that to come from operations into infrastructure. So you're going to see that Condor paving of the Hamlet streets there in his budget, in Kurt's budget, and then but the Public Services Building there has been reflected here. So when we get to that point where we can pave in Condor, we'll be adding that Condor Public Services Building to that tender. Leslieville, there again, that can be combined with the Leslieville East Road when we get farther down to the project line, if that's still a project that this committee wants to move forward with. Nordegg staff housing, we discussed this there again at the strategic planning committee there. We know that there's an inevitable end to the Nordegg, the short-term leases there for the manufactured homes. We have staffing accommodations that we need to address. We do not have a commitment for any staff members to move into these manufactured homes at this time. So just a reminder that this Nordegg staff housing includes 2 single-family dwellings. Discussion at the last committee meeting there, I want to bring that back to everybody's attention, was that if in the event that we did develop these, they could be sold at a future date, or these could be deferred for now. It's really up to this committee what they want to do with that. We've held 2 lots back for county use for staff. We do not have a commitment for staff for one of those at this time. I just wanted to bring that to this committee's attention there for this discussion. Leseville Recreation Area. We are currently working on the detailed design for this. Of course, it includes the soccer pitch, the baseball diamond, a larger kids play area, a gravel walking path, and as well as a washroom facility. So we've circulated the concept drawing, and we are currently working on detailed design, hoping for construction in 2023. Oh, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Graham?
I had a question going back to the Nordegg staff housing. So there will not be anyone, because there's no tours or anything of the mines. There's partial tours, I think I read somewhere, but there's 0 people going to stay in them this year.
So the staff housing that's been dedicated in the manufactured home park were more for permanent full-time staff. The seasonal staff, we accommodate them at in the industrial area where our other public works yard is. We have a 4-person Atco shack facility as well as a lean-to style accommodation along the shop. That's where we put our season staff, and those staff would likely end up. Whereas the manufactured home park would be more for a single-family full-time resident.
Okay, in that case, I think that would be a great item to postpone when no one's going to use it. It's coming out of tax revenue, so I just want to throw that out there for council, we're supposed to bring them up as we go. So I just want to throw that out there.
And I just want to identify it as tax revenue there. Yes. Yeah. So there again, and like I said, in full transparency, we do not have a commitment for either of those facilities at this time. So I wanted to really bring that up to your attention. Road construction admin, we've already discussed this. Oh, sorry, the Chair, did I miss a question on the floor? Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed it if there was, and I would apologize to council if I missed a question.
So moving on from facilities capital, road construction admin, well, we've just discussed that, so that includes 4 of our FTEs and our very capable road construction group, as well as the project technologist. There again, so our construction supervisor, land industry coordinator, 2 construction foremen, as well as the capital projects coordinator. Any questions on road construction admin?
Not seeing any.
Okay.
That's a thumbs up.
So next one I have on my list is gravel rehab, which I would ask that we put that at the bottom of the discussion, so if we could just skip past that. Okay. And we will go straight into grading projects. So the only grading projects identified in 2023 it's an easy one. It's carried forward from 2022. That project's already been tendered, awarded, it's already underway. The contractor has moved about 60,000 cubic meters of material already. A little bit beyond the installing centerline culverts and a little bit of brushing and fencing, which just attributed to the fantastic fall that we had for a construction season. They actually got a lot of work done. Those large fills were actually, they're timed. You can only put in so much fill within a time period there to prevent overloading. So it was great for them to get such a good head start on that project, and it put us in a great position come spring 2023 to hit that project hard and get that one done. So really nothing new there to report.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Do you have a percentage of completion? Are they 15% complete, 30%?
No, I don't have an exact percentage of what's complete. I know we spent about $1.6 million.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they are working on 2 of the largest fills. So again, 60,000 out of, I think there's 600,000 cubic meters of material to move. So again, I don't have the exact percentages there, but I could rattle off a whole bunch of other random numbers. But but just not that one. Yeah. Asphalt overlay. We've discussed numerous times there about our life expectancy of our asphalt. 15 years is ideal. As we're looking at asphalt prices, we might have to look at a 20-year life cycle there for asphalt. It's the reality of asphalt prices and how we maintain our surface structures, looking at alternative, maintenance solutions there with chip seals or micro-surfacing. But that being said, we are seeing some roads that do need additional structure in order to get them up to band free. So I do want to bring to council's attention that one item, Caroline North and South, we previously identified for 2023. In discussions with CAO Emmons and the possible amalgamation with Caroline, we know there's a lot of unknowns with some of that underground infrastructure. And when we do our overlays, we tend to come in to the village quite a ways to surface those road structures. So the risk that we don't know is if there's any underground utilities that might need some work there. So we've actually deferred that to 2024. That would give us 2023 to start the discussion at least. It can be deferred farther if need be, to have the discussion about any infrastructure deficit or repairs that might be required on there that we just hate to see that investment lost. And the reality is that paving looks to be expensive in 2023. We don't know until we tender. That's really most of these items when we get into capital. Once we put it to market, that's really what our test of what our costs truly are. The best example we have is Beaver Flats, where we had a $6 million swing from low bid to high. So, it's contractor availability, the price of materials and supplies, trucking, diesel fuel. It plays a big role in our actual costs. So our estimates sometimes can be seen as, a little bit of looking across the top of your thumb. But I really wanted to bring that to council's attention because that is different from the strategic planning session that this committee wouldn't have seen before. Now, the other ones that we've, of course, Stewart Street asphalt overlay, that one's already
A question from Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
No, thank you. Going back to the Beaver Flats road grading, do we have a metric? Like, how do we decide that we're going to, prepare the road subsurface, I guess, for an eventual pavement? Okay.
So, that road specifically, that was a council priority. So when we look at all of our roads, that road specifically, really steep side slopes. It was a hazard. It was a hazard of the area, highly used by industry, and it was identified historically by councils there that it was a priority to be reconstructed. We've had discussion numerous times with this council, even right up to when it was approved last year, that it was a council priority to get this road completed. We did the first 5 kilometers, and the standard we wanted to bring it up to was that we only want to construct it once. So in the event that when our paving priorities do extend, if they do extend that far, that road wouldn't have to be, have a massive grading project again, because some of those fills are between 8 and 9 meters deep. So it's certainly much more cost effective to put in the proper length culverts today and just change the angles of their slope in order to accommodate a future asphalt overlay, or a future base pave, sorry. And we still narrow it up so that we have a maintainable surface moving forward. So that project specifically was identified by council 2000. I think we started talking about this back in 2015 or 14, and then just finally came up to its time in the queue.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was just wondering how they get on the list.
Yeah, a lot of it. That's what strategic planning is for. When we talk about paving priorities, major grading projects, future base pave projects, we take advantage of these strategic planning sessions to, come up with the needs and the wants of the community, balanced against, what have we saved for it, how it's going to be funded, and that's the time to talk about those types of projects. It's even Councillor Milhoff brought that up before. When do we bring up these ideas of what we want to do? Is strategic planning.
Okay, what other paving do we have in the Leslieville area next year? Besides the Leslieville East Road and the access road to the recreation area?
Yeah, so next year we have the Leslieville East Road, of course, the Leslieville Public Services Building parking lot. The recreation area wasn't scheduled till 2024 in the 10-year capital plan. And from, I believe, Leslieville Hamlet has been deferred to 2024 as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak, please.
I just have a comment. Excuse me. I would like to give out a big shout to the administration on the foresight on both of these projects, the Beaver Flats Road and the Caroline North. Good job. I'm looking forward. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. While we're on the asphalt overlays, do we have a partner with the Bunch Road? It's my understanding that when it was done previously, that was done in conjunction with a partner. Is that the case again this time?
No, it is not. The original agreement was a cost contribution, a one-time cost contribution. We haven't approached the landowner because that road is in our inventory. There was nothing in the agreement that would support that they needed to contribute to any future maintenance to that road. It was under the understanding that they cost shared it one time, that we would take it over in perpetuity. So the answer is we do not have a partner.
Okay, thank you.
And that particular road, did it have that endeavor to assist clause with it as well? And that's expired, I would assume.
Yeah, that endeavor to assist 2015, I believe that one, and this project, it was early 2000s when Bunch Road was constructed.
No, fair enough.
yeah, anytime, we'd like to get Endeavor to assist some of the county projects as well, get ourselves on that list. Yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the terminology endeavor to assist.
sorry,
Oh, sorry, took us down a rabbit.
maybe I will expand on that. So the county does have as a policy that was created 2015, 17 maybe. It's regards to private industry investing in public infrastructure to service their development. Now, the endeavor to assist is acknowledging the fact that a private individual invested into public infrastructure for their needs, but if there was somebody else that was to develop straight across with a similar use, that, you know, that individual would have the benefit of the other person's investment. So we've spent, it was days discussing, you know, thresholds of how an endeavor should be administered, what is fair. If this person were to invest this dollar amount, what should the other person have to invest? And so we put different timelines on, because it can't be just, what the thought at the time was that it can't just stay in effect forever. So I believe it was 5 years for a grading project. So if somebody built an access road to an isolated quarter and the neighbor straight across say, well, thanks for building cost sharing with the county an access road, I'm gonna build a subdivision off that road. So they would actually, the endeavor to assist would apply, they would have to pay 50% of the cost. And we put a 5-year time limit on that. Paving of a road, we put a 10-year basically limit on the usability of that surface. So best example would be Metal Dog subdivision. They paid to upgrade the airport access road to a band-free structure. So that is now on the endeavor to assist, would apply for 10 years for somebody else that they want to do a similar development off that. So actually the county did pay, I believe, 50% of the cost that the Metal Dog did, because that was in 2012, 13. Clearwater County bought the adjacent quarter 2017, and it was the last council, not this council, the last council there actually changed the policy, and we cut them a check for 50% of the cost of that, of upgrading that road. Water, wastewater, I think, had like a 15-year life cycle on it there. So it's basically there again just to cover off private investment into public infrastructure in a way to recoup some of their money.
Any additional questions? Thumbs up to move on.
Okay. So yeah, we talked about Stewart Street, we talked about Bunch Road. We do have a preliminary engineering for asphalt overlay for, there again, we're starting getting into our larger projects. Caroline, North and South, Timey Road, Airport Road, Rainbow Ford Road, Airport Access Road, 752 Access. Those are all starting to come up to the end of their life cycle, but it will continue to be evaluated every year. You know, it really depends on the type of spring we get, traffic, mobility, depends on where industry really tends to focus. Our CPOs and our road bands do a great job protecting our infrastructure, but sometimes the stress is too much and we do see a significant impact on some of our road infrastructure just from a poor spring breakup, you know, with the weather-wise, as well as just the volume of traffic. But it's great to have them here. So moving on to base course pavements. So highlights for 2023, Quarry Road, there again, combined with all of our paving in Nordegg there. We're going to be very happy to see the contractor come back earlier in the spring to get that project, but it's been tendered and awarded.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, I just heard you say base pavement, so I was like, I got a question on base pavement, so that way we didn't have to go super in depth if we didn't have questions on it. But I just want to a quick reminder of how much operationally increases when we change from gravel to pavement.
Yeah, so a really good rule of thumb is about 3 times as much. You know, it was from, if we want to use 5,000 a kilometer for maintenance, it's $15,000 a kilometer for maintenance on a surface road, taking into account the overlay for the future. It's a significant investment going increasing that level of service for a road structure is a long-term cost, it's a long-term commitment.
So these 4 base pavement projects that are currently being proposed would increase our operational costs to the tune of $150,000 a year, if we're going by that model,
Yeah, in essence,
based on kilometers.
that's accurate, and then,
give or take?
you know, and a lot of it can be, depends on where operations is and their threshold for capacity. You know, if does it justify having another plow truck? Does it justify, you know, moving a stockpile closer to the east side of the municipality? It's an absolute, and I'm glad you're thinking that way, because as we're looking at any of our capital, there is an associated long-term maintenance cost with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham, please.
I have a question in regards to the Leslieville East base pave. If the Hamlet paving, is it a paving or a paving overlay in the Hamlet that's pushed till next year? Or till the overlay. Can that be tied in if we were to push the Leslieville Road, East Road project for 2024? Can those be tied in together, and would we save money doing that?
We have the volume with doing Leslieville East, and it is a base pave. They're similar but different type projects. The type of paving that's done inside of the hamlet does use different equipment than a road base pave. Not saying that there wouldn't be some cost savings, but there is the volume there on both projects that justify. I guess it really boils down to the timing preference of this council, or this committee, sorry, council committee, to when you want to do it. We believe that, you know, Leslieville East, it's been in that plan for about, well, it had 2 years as a gravel road since it was reconstructed, which is about another year longer than what they typically are, anticipating that it was going to be paved. The reconstruction of that road was paid for through a grant to the municipal stimulus fund that we got, call it COVID funding, I guess, in that regard. But it certainly can be deferred if this committee wishes to do that. And there could be an opportunity to save on our asphalt pricing. What exactly those savings would be, it's undetermined, but they are slightly different equipment. So a urban environment curb and gutter that we see, or sidewalk pavement in curb and gutter is a little bit strong for Leslieville. It's not quite curb and gutter, but it's similar. But it would be milling, tight spots, tight area work, which is usually a little bit smaller equipment than the highway pavers. So it really boils down to, there's an opportunity possibly to save, but the timing.
Okay, thank you. If it doesn't really have a big savings, then I'd like to proceed with the Leslieville East this year, I think.
And, you know, they do tie together, because the river road there, we have 4 kilometers of base pave, and we have 6.3 kilometers of river road. Tying those 2 projects together, or having them being released in the same year, provides probably the best opportunity for cost savings, because those are very similar projects, similar equipment required, because it's just more kilometers one to the other. That'd probably be the best opportunity for cost savings, is that we're doing 2 base pave projects in 1 year. Overlays can be, we do tie, if we get Timey Road or Caroline North and South as an overlay project, we already have a pretty good quantity there. We'd be able to add Leslieville into that quantity there and still get good cost savings. So yeah, that brings me, I guess, right to say those 2 projects. River Road, Leslieville East, have been on the list for a couple of years now, are now included in this year's budget. So, and that kind of summarizes our base course, or base pavement, sorry.
Additional questions? Comments? Seeing none?
Okay. Moving in Nordegg. I think there's a few differences here between the strategic planning session and what we're presenting here for a budget. But we'll start with the historic commercial core. There again, paving of this project has been tendered, awarded. The discussion included at the last strategic planning session, as well as the tour about the type of street lights. We're going to go with the alternative design for the street lights, as well as we're going to not include the boardwalks. If I'm But it does include miscellaneous landscaping up around the church, as well as the paving, which has already been, like I say, tendered. So, historic commercial core, look forward to seeing the for sale sign on those lots. I'm sure, Jose can speak to that when he gets up to do his presentation on that, on the timing for that. Manufactured home park, don't need to dwell on that again. It's already tendered, awarded, just gotta get that project done. Same with Nordegg Lower Stewart Street, the paving around the Shell. Phase 2 industrial subdivision, so this year we spent, the course of this year, doing the geotechnical work, working on detailed design. I'm supposed to have a draft detailed estimate there this month, and then I'll have a drawing early in January for the construction of additional industrial lots along the trunk road there. So 17 lots, I believe. I'm really hoping that we see a better cost estimate than what my preliminary estimate is. That I'm gonna call that very preliminary, because that really drives the price of those lots up. And so, you know, I guess that's something that this committee needs to consider as well, is that the cost of construction right now up in Nordegg is quite high. And we're seeing that in that earthworks project there to get 17 additional lots for, what is it, $3 million. It's expensive, it's expensive. It's hard to get a real good return on investment there. Unfortunately, our construction costs are going up, but that means the lot costs are also gonna have to go up as well.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This is still part of the due to, due from, so, right? So as we build it, the money from the sale of that lot pays for this build, correct?
Yes.
And just to expound on this, like, I already have people asking me about these lots that are not even in, like, they're just coming into the plan now. When would those actually be slotted? Can they be pre-sold? Is there any way for us to project? Because I know if we're doing due to, due from, we have to kind of have an idea how much it's really gonna cost so we can project the cost of the lots when we sell them. But is there any way for us to pre-sell some of these? Because if people are wanting them, we should capitalize on them wanting that, and they can put that in their budgets because they run a year ahead as well. It would only make sense, especially if we're going by this number, divided by 17.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. The difficulty we have in our area with pre-selling is determining the price, to be blunt. With our municipal process, our lot prices aren't just based on market value as a continuance, but it's the entire cost to develop and create those lots with market. So truly we have to go through the entire process of creating, developing, final pins, getting all those costs together, bringing it to council for acceptance prior to. So it's part of that, the development of Nordegg will pay for the future development of Nordegg philosophy of council. It prohibits some of those opportunities.
That's tough, because if people are wanting them, it'd be nice to jump on that opportunity.
Any additional comments, questions?
Okay, then we get into the phase 2 residential subdivision. So that's the new subdivision that we just created over the course of the summer. Of course, all the deep utilities have been installed. Curb and gutter are there. What we're ready for now is basically shallow utilities, street lights, landscaping work. We also wanted to bring it to this committee's attention, and I've included in budget this year, is actually paving in between the curb and gutter and the balance of that Center Street. Unbeknownst to us that the paving contractor wasn't gonna show up in 2023, or 2022, now provides the best opportunity for him to provide, or a paving contractor, possibly him, to provide us a price to actually get that section road covered up. It would have been able to settle over the course of the year, over the winter. The paving contractor's there, the additional quantities, so we've actually included, it's another $250,000, $300,000 of what, is what we kind of estimated that additional paving would cost. We know that we'll be doing it within a couple of years anyway. We just thought it'd be prudent to, say, plan as that the paving contractors will be there in spring. At least get them to price it. If asphalt prices go insane, then it's something that we could opt out and just let them, you know, finish their contractual commitment that they already have with us. But we think it's important to try to capitalize on getting that area covered up. Deals with erosion, then that would be just another box that we can check up in Nordegg. So with that.
Councillor Cermak, please.
So, in the phase 2 residential subdivision, those 31 lots, when do you figure they will be ready for sale? Early 2023?
From a constructability standpoint, all we have left to do is the shell utilities, legal survey, and registration. I'm not gonna, I'd hate to use the commercial core as the example of how long it takes to get it finalized. So I don't know, it really, you know, great question for planning when they get up here. It's not my job here to throw anybody under the bus, but it's tough for me to predict, you know, the steps, you know, setting the prices there. By midsummer, fall, that those would be ready for sale. That's the most optimistic, but I say, I'm gonna have it constructed by, I'm hoping early summer. And say, have the legal survey, get it registered. We're addressing a lot of the hangups on the commercial core has been to do with this traffic impact assessment, waiting for Alberta Transportation to sign off on the requirements. You know, we have a capital plan for improvements for Stewart Street onto Highway 11, and we have the new intersection on the South Access Road. We know we're addressing the traffic concerns that Alberta Transportation will have, but that's a monster that moves really slow. You know, the red tape just seems to get wrapped around it tighter and tighter. There's supposed to be a reduction initiative somewhere, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's just that I think it's being said here at council that we've got to strike while the iron's hot, and if we can have more lots ready, then whoopee. Yeah. It's good for us.
Administratively, we're going as fast as we can. Those types of things are just beyond our control, and we're continuing to work with our senior partner.
Mr. Emmons, please.
And perhaps Councillor Cermak, if I may, planning and Public Works are working cohesively on this. But there, as Eric mentioned, there are outside organizations that we have no control over. Lands and Title, they're a solid 2 months behind, and that registry is mandatory to put anything on market. You can't sell something without a title. So there are external forces that are beyond us, but there is also things we can do over top of each other as well. So those efforts will happen.
Additional comments, questions? I would just comment, of course, when we were speaking of the paving project in that new area, definitely something like that helps keep the momentum that has been generated, the excitement around the developments there on Elizabeth Avenue, I think it is, that we can continue that momentum, and you know, things are happening. If things are happening, there are paving projects going on, people stay enthused and picture themselves living in that hamlet. So that would be, I think that would be a decent investment in the future of Nordegg. So just my particular 2 cents at this time. Mr. Hanson, go ahead, please.
So next one, and it really lends itself well to a previous discussion, the South Townside Access Road. So there again, this year, we've worked on detailed design. We have that bridge, we have the road, we have the intersection. 800 meters of road. It's an expensive 800 meters of road. There's no doubt about it. But that cost can't be attributed to, or it hasn't been calculated or attributed to the other development. You know, that is the cost to develop Nordegg. We know that we need an egress, and we can talk about a south egress here at the end. But, you know, that cost doesn't, you can't sell any lots to help pay for that road and bridge. So that does, even though that does get added to that due from account, you know, that's another additional cost that unfortunately it needs to be done. but should be taken into account as to, in that conversation. There again, we're optimistic. We've gone through most of our native consultation now. The restricted windows for construction in that area are very tight. Absolutely intend that it'll be a 23, 24 project to actually get completed. But we really look forward to getting that truck traffic away from the hamlet, out onto that separate entrance, into their own intersection. But yeah, the development restrictive windows between the bird windows, the wrap windows for working in stream, as well as the Migratory Bird Act, it's very constrictive and tough to develop in a year's timeline. So highly likely it'll be a 2-year project.
Councillor Swanson?
Nope.
Okay. Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Eric was saying about the restricted surplus fund there. So, yeah, there's only so much you can get for those lots. And if you, we really should talk about where some of this funding is going to come from. We can identify that it's coming from that restricted surplus fund, that the revenue for the lots is coming from, but realistically, are we going to be able to recoup everything that we're saying is going to be funded through there? Good example is the natural gas line that's going up there. If we add that cost plus the cost of this townsite access road, and realistically coming out of there is the commercial core lots, the industrial subdivision, and phase 2 residential. So how much extra do you have to add to those lots to recoup that money, or does the funding for those projects need to come from somewhere else? So something to think about.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just with regards to the Nordic Cell Townsite Access Road, just looking through here, I talked about it before, the south side going onto the trunk being an access point. Is that in the 10-year vision at all?
Councillor Graham.
Is this gonna be a request for tender? If we're gonna go down this road, wanna recuse myself if there's potential. If we don't know, then I'll just leave.
It's to do with Nordic capital planning and strategic planning. I wouldn't think any reason to leave, but
Okay.
I had an opinion last time. I think I was wrong. I don't know.
Never wrong.
Oh, no, it's right. No, honestly, it has nothing to do with, no. So I wouldn't mind answering the question though, because it lends well. So as soon as I get finished, I only have one more to go, but I really want to talk about the Deputy Reeve Milhoff's question about.
Sorry, Mr. Emmons, I missed his light, so.
No, I apologize, and I apologize, Mr. Hanson, for interrupting. Just on that, if I may, Councillor Graham, really it's awkward for staff anyway. If I could refer council as a general comment, as per the MGA, it is on each councillor or a legal opinion. Staff can offer their perspective, but truly those answers fall within yourself and a legal opinion.
But I can ask if it's request for tender, because I don't know.
Yes.
Was my question.
What the intention is?
If it's request for
Absolutely.
tender, because I don't know if it'll be request for tender or day labor. That's appropriate?
And I would say quite confidently, with a project of this size, it would be tendered out.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I wasn't trying to put you in an awkward place. I just don't want to cross any lines.
Sorry.
And I think maybe, yeah, thank you for bringing this forward, but it's a good time to mention that ultimately it is up to each individual councillor if they believe something is, they have a conflict of some level, or that they may have a pecuniary interest. By all means, use your best judgment whether you should participate in the decision-making process around that particular budget line as well. We will probably ask you to still voice your opinion on the overall budget, but if we can recuse based on individual lines, that's probably the safest. And thank you for bringing that forward.
You want me to reiterate the question since
No,
we've done our? You're good?
I'm still good.
Okay.
So I really, it's gonna bring us back to strategic planning again. We can sit here and talk about Nordegg for the balance of the next 2 days, but we don't have time. But I really think that when we get to additional development in Nordegg, when we look at the third phase of the residential area, the phase 2 of the historic core, as well as a south egress, I think an appropriate time would be, you know, as we come back to strategic planning, discussing about Nordegg. Nordegg is such a big part of what we do, and it deserves good research and good time allocated to that. I would defer the question. So the quick answer to your question about the south egress, is it included in the 10-year capital? The answer is no. And I would say that if it's to be added in, we would do that, have the discussion at strategic planning at a future session, or if this council wants to put it in now today, of course you have that prerogative. But that's when I anticipated having that conversation again with this group.
Absolutely. No, to be fair, I have brought it up at strategic planning meetings, and that's why I just was surprised that I didn't see it even mentioned in the 10-year capital vision but thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
If we were to include a south egress engineering portion this year, what sort of number would we likely be looking at?
100,000?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Thumbs up.
Okay. So the last one actually, before we come back, preliminary. Stewart Street Cemetery, Elizabeth Ave. There again, this is preliminary engineering for this project, but there's likely some geotechnical work to be done with that. Regrading deep shallow undergrounds, wider paved road section, curb and gutter. So this is the section from the Heritage Center up to Elizabeth Ave. We need to finish that road network in between our new development, between the commercial core and our residential area back to the main town site. So this is the preliminary engineering, detailed design, construction to follow in the following years.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This will also give us an idea of what the utilities of the current mobile home system on the other side of the Heritage Center look like. This is kind of the preliminary work on that and what their future may hold based on that information.
Well, this does definitely take that into an account because we size everything in our design to facilitate the future build out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So there again, I just wanted to bring it there again back to council's attention that now if we, sorry.
Oh,
Please continue unless you're going to grab
no.
Okay.
Councillor North.
Councillor.
Well, I'll wait till you're done. Are you finished on the Stewart Street?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. And I might have missed it in here. I just have a question through. I know it was identified and it was discussed a few times through the lack of industry ready available lots that are serviced with public water and sewer. And if there was any consideration, or if I just have missed it in here somewheres, but for the installation of for communal water and sewer at the light industrial lots on the east side of Caroline. I was just wondering if there was, if I just haven't seen it in here, or if that was considered, or.
It's in the 10-year plan.
Okay.
It's not in 2023, I believe. So it's in, if we go to that, there was a summary of the 10-year capital plan. That only, it's funny you mentioned that because I've heard this before and we should get that clarity, is that there was the commercial development along the highway was the only dedicated area that was identified for sanitary and water. So just the additional 10 lots that don't exist today along the highway commercial corridor in Caroline. The previously developed lots, the 10 industrial lots that were being used by TC Energy or industry user for rental up in, for pipe storage there, had no plans for communal water, wastewater system to be expanded up in that area. If that is something that this committee is looking to expand to, we would have to, those numbers would be readjusted. So, there again, to recap, the numbers identified in the 10-year capital plan are only for the highway commercial portion and to service that.
Okay, if I can just go, maybe I'll go just a little bit further into it. Even with we had the presentation that was, it was done from emergency services, and it did show that the fire hall and emergency services in Caroline do like a high percentage. I can't remember. I think it was their call-outs, their primary first responders on scene, and even just lately they've had, high demand on that fire hall down there. I was just wondering for future development of a fire hall down there as well.
So the 10-year capital plan doesn't currently have a fire hall in it. Happy to put it in whenever somebody tells me to.
Thanks. I'll go to Mr. Emmons first, and then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeve.
I apologize, maybe I'm jumping too quickly. If I may, these are part of the conversations we're actually actively having with the village of Caroline, because that is another municipality. For them to see the benefit of an area structure plan that identifies potential land uses of some of these facilities where would be an appropriate location for a fire hall or further growth. At this time, the village is not a part of Clearwater County, so we haven't planned the location or the construction of a fire hall at this time for the village.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
My comment was on very similar line as your CEO, because just as we don't have any capital included in what's happening in the town of Rocky Mountain House, that's all in operations because it's not our investment. That would be the exact same conversation we'd be having with regards to Caroline. It's not our investment, it's not our municipality. There would be no reason for us to have it in our capital line items. I think that as we go forward with amalgamation conversations, Mr. Hansen's going to have his work cut out for him going forward. But until then, it's not our place to tell the village of Caroline what to do with their capital upgrades.
Councillor Northcott, please. I
might have just a slightly different opinion, but there are many different, there are many rural Clearwater County residents that are, it's not just within the municipality of Caroline. It actually services many rural residents as well. And like I said on that report that was just, I think it was released there 3 weeks ago or something like that, the roughly 70-odd% or 80% of the calls that fire hall receives are primary calls, first responders on site. So very high in comparison to the other fire halls that are in Clearwater County. So I think it's actually very important. So thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
So maybe I'm confused because I thought you were mentioning putting water and sewer in the industrial subdivision to the east of Caroline, which would absolutely be within the purview of the village of Caroline's capital budget, not ours. Maybe I was confused by your question.
Sometimes policy and stuff, it's what's best for the residents. That is within Clearwater County.
It is not. It is within the village of Caroline.
That light industrial lots, those are in the village limits, or
Yeah.
Okay, is it county on that? Okay, well, I guess the way I'm looking at it is it's the best for the residents. I would hate to make an imaginary line to be a hindrance on the residents and have a lower quality of service. I would think what's best for the residents, in my opinion. That's why I'm asking about the public water and sewer, so that there could be maybe a future expansion or a newer fire hall in that area to better service the area and the residents.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Going back to Nordig, I seem to recall as I was going through this material that there was a change in the cost of the natural gas. Am I mistaken?
Ms. Serhan?
There's not a change in the cost, no, but initially there was 600,000 identified in 2022 and the balance in 2023. That project did not move forward in 2022, so then the whole project is now being identified in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Additional thoughts, comments? Thumbs up to move on.
Okay, yeah, if we want
Oh, I'm
to,
sorry, Councillor Graham.
Sorry, I didn't want to be rude and interrupt again. If you're doing, I'm guessing you're doing gravel road rehabilitation now, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you for that.
you're doing that public works?
I think we're able to move forward. So, Mr. Hanson, please.
Perfect, thank you. So our gravel road rehabilitation program, I've circulated this morning a map for each one of the committee members. It's a general overview of our 3-year program. Now, I will caveat that with it, that it is subject to change. Availability of borrowed material, priorities do change, and that is the best part about this program, is that it is a day labor program. It's well received in the community. We use, you know, I have some numbers down here. It's 65 of our day labor contractors were utilized in public works for this, not just this program, but all in public works. This program alone was upwards of 31 day labor contractors just to deliver this project, which is fantastic. So we, you know, over half of the, or just about half of the, all the approved contractors who work for the county, you know, participate in some form on this gravel rehabilitation program. There again, every year, you know, as a reminder for the committee members, you know, we revisit the hourly rates. We were fortunate, very fortunate this year that we had good response to our calls. We were able to find the equipment that was required for the programs. You know, and it's safe to say out of the 4 day labor contractors that were on the list that we didn't use, probably didn't have the equipment that we needed at the time, which to say that we used 61, which is fantastic. That means, you know, that proves to me that my staff are really reaching out and trying to connect with local contractors in the area to make sure that we try to spread out the work and make sure that everybody has a piece of this program. So in 2022, we reconstructed about 22 kilometers of gravel road over 9 major projects. So our cost was about $200,000 a kilometer. Our crews consisted of 9 seasonal staff and again 31 day labor contractors. So yeah, no, I really have to extend my thanks and my gratitude to my team as well, because without a good construction staff, you know, that's the only way these projects are successful. They're not engineered, designed. They are using the expertise and knowledge, experience of staff and our local contractors to do a great job for us. So yeah, we're really not anticipating a change in this program. We acknowledge that our cost of doing business has increased. You'll see approximately a 0.5% increase there across the board for the next 10 years. Ultimately, $5 million, it's a lot of money, and we know that, and that is funded through tax revenue. We understand that. So we are doing less with about the same amount of money, because we know that the reality is that our costs are going up every time we revisit the rates. Usually an increase is associated with our material costs, our gravel costs, but we're still confident that we're ahead of the game when it comes to our gravel road inventory. Just a reminder, we have just about 1,900 kilometers of gravel road and that is our lifeblood, our transportation network. And this program does well to support that. Yeah, so there again, the crews that are utilized for this floods 2022, they responded, the majority of their the best part of the early spring that we had was all spent reconstructing damage after the floods that we experienced down on James River, which is another great part of this program because they have that flexibility. There's no contractual obligation to go to these specific roads that are identified in the map. They can respond to varying priorities as they're set through I say, different breakups, events, different traffic intensities. So, yeah. Any questions about gravel road rehab?
I'm seeing thumbs up. Oh, sorry, Ms. Serhan.
I just want to talk about the funding of this program for just a minute. Eric did mention it's funded through tax revenue, and I just want to maybe talk about why that's appropriate. As Eric said, this is a very flexible program, so it's not like we or the staff take the certain projects and say, okay, tender them out, and we know how much it's going to cost, and it's different every year. This program's different in that we take a dollar amount and get done what we can get done in the year. So it's the same every year. There's no highs and lows that we need to smooth out for the ratepayer. And it's a program that's gonna be consistent year over year because of the kilometers of roads that we have. So it is appropriate for it to be funded through tax revenue instead of a restricted surplus.
Thank you for that. And I guess one question I'd have with this amount that's placed there, is there ever an end date where we would be completely rehabilitated, or is this kind of an ongoing
I would like to think
forever type concept?
Yeah, I'd like to think that there would become a day that we could. Unfortunately, there again, the cost of everything's increasing so much, and I say our kilometers are decreasing, the amount that we can actually get for that dollar amount. So I see it as a long-term investment. That's why it's in the 10-year plan, and that's as far as I can foresee for now. But we're still, again, 1,900 kilometers of roads, and there again, it's a blessing and a curse to have so much industry in our municipality. You know, going up to our conferences, there was many of my counterparts wish they had our problem with so much industry going up and down their roads. You know, I say blessing, curse. That also provides the revenue that gets us to be able to support all these other wonderful areas that we get to provide, areas of service we get to provide. So it really depends on traffic volumes, and those trucks just seem to be getting heavier, wider, and more of them. So, which is great for the economy.
Well, I can certainly appreciate the standard adapts it reflects what industry needs and what the community needs to be safe and the expectations. So I can appreciate that this is an ongoing process without necessarily having a finish line. It's an ongoing process. Thank you for that. Ms. Serhan.
I just have one other comment about how long this program's gonna go for. So just on averages. So if we have 1,900 kilometers, say that's close to 2,000, 20 kilometers a year, that's 100 years it takes to get to every kilometer in Clearwater County. And we amortize our roads saying that they have a 40-year useful life. So even if only half the roads got done, we'd have to start over. So because some of them aren't used, I mean, they last much longer than 40 years, but that's just what the numbers say.
Well, who knows, 100 years from now, we might be using electric hovercraft that don't need quite as much road infrastructure. So
that would be great.
I'm going for teleportation.
There you go. Beam me up, yeah. All right. Please continue on.
Yeah, so that would be the last one in regards to gravel rehabilitation. Unless there's any questions, I see none. We can bring back the other members.
Super, yeah, unless there's any additional questions on the gravel rehab, I think we can have the remainder of council rejoin us. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson.
And I want to just bring up the Resource Road item. I know we have nothing scheduled for 2023, but we do have it for 2024, 25. I look on the 10-year capital plan. Can
Did we want to
you
look at
identify that?
the 10-year plan?
Or is that the OG's?
Now, I'm just gonna pull up
Yeah.
my 10-year capital plan here.
It's on page 8 of the capital project summary, if you want that.
Yeah, you want to address that again?
Is that OG's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I will summarize, we went very specifically through 2023. I know historically, other strategic planning sessions, we've talked about the 10-year capital plan, which I think it's important that we revisit soon, I guess, in strategic planning, spring or January, February, whatever the next strategic planning session is, that we continue to look at our 10-year capital plan, funding strategies, to summarize, we can see it's a heavy hit against the paving reserve, just what expended the entire amount. So, those are the type of items I think really need to be brought to attention now, but then need to be addressed at a future strategic planning meeting. Resource roads, we've identified, Ochese Road has been identified in there as early as 2024. I look at a lot of the forecasted items in the 10-year capital plan as placeholders. And I wanted to remind actually even about the Caroline commercial development there. That was a placeholder that's been set until the direction that was provided to us was until we actually sold some of the industrial lots that we weren't going to develop the commercial lots in Caroline. So when I look at it as being, in 24, 25, that can be easily either moved up or moved down the timeline based on development or desire, need. So it's really, that comes back to this committee there when we're looking at the 10-year capital plan as a whole to start adjusting, as they see fit. But absolutely, but thank you again for letting me present the capital budget today.
Thank you very much for answering all our questions. Ultimately here, I think we would probably like a motion to accept for information. Councillor Swanson? All those in favor? And as far as the progress in the day, I look across to administration. Does this meet the expectation for the day then? And just for the benefit of those watching online and anybody that doesn't know within this room, we have one agenda to cover the 3 days of our strategic planning session or our budget. So we will not be adjourning today. We will be simply recessing, and then we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So with that, I will call a recess until tomorrow morning.